All right, welcome, good evening, and welcome to the December 11th Planning Commission meeting. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Thank you. Commissioner Moran?
Here.
Commissioner Cound?
Here.
Commissioner Strongman?
Here.
Commissioner Kwok?
Here.
Commissioner Klopp?
Here.
Vice Chair Knighting?
Here.
Chair Anderson has phoned in. He will not be here tonight. So we have 6. We have a quorum.
Perfect. Do we have anything on the consent calendar today?
We do not. Staff recommends no changes.
Okay, beautiful. Now, before we begin, there are 2 opportunities for the public to provide comment. The first is during the item of each agenda as it pertains on the agenda. And the second one would be right now, and it's for comment that is within the purview of the Planning Commission, but not something that is on the agenda. So does anyone want to provide any public comment for items that are not on the agenda tonight? Seeing none, then I would like to then start with the public hearing and open the public hearing. Pardon me. Has anyone had any ex parte communication? Seeing none, lots of shaking heads.
Well, I just will say, I drove all this, I drove all the sites, so.
Perfect. Does staff have a presentation? Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Simmer Gill, Senior Planner with the City. We are here tonight to consider the Mount Diablo mixed-use development that will be located at 2094 Mount Diablo Boulevard. The applicant representing this project, Ben Johansson, and his team are here tonight, as am I. And with the city, we have Ryan Cook, who is the Senior Civil Engineer, also available for any questions after the presentation. And just to quickly orient you with the site, it is zoned mixed-use commercial, and there is an existing commercial building on the parcel. It's a roughly 24,000 square foot lot, and it is located within the West Downtown specific plan, and also listed as a housing site, or where we envision housing, future housing. So it's listed in this inventory sites table. And here are just some photographs really showing you what's currently on site. It is that existing single-story building with multiple tenants. And the project request before you tonight is to demolish that existing commercial building to build a 7-story, 74-unit mixed-use development, which also consists of approximately 3,000 square feet of ground floor commercial space, as well as a daycare center. And the project does consist of a mix of studios, 35 one-bedroom units, and 35 two-bedroom units. Sizes range from 591 square feet to roughly 1,500 square feet. And there is new ground floor as well as rooftop landscaping. There is 80 parking stalls that will be located within the mechanical parking system, as well as 8 surface parking spaces for the commercial component. A drip line encroachment permit is also requested as part of this project, and because the project is providing 8 very low-income units, it is utilizing state density bonus law, as also being processed under the Housing Accountability Act, which I'll go into more detail further in my presentation. So this project did go before the Design Review Commission on September 17th, where they reviewed the project, as well as made some comments which are listed on this slide, and made a recommendation to move the project forward to the commission, to the Planning Commission, for consideration of the entitlements. And the plans have been revised to address all of the lighting and lighting-related comments, as the project does include building-mounted security lighting. The site distance triangle, as well as the drainage plan, was reviewed by the city's traffic engineer and the Public Works Department. And the fire apparatus access is also shown on the plans. The applicant is requesting to waive, to did not address, did not incorporate a second material because they're requesting a waiver to that, associating it with costs that are associated to the project. And so tonight, the Planning Commission will consider the design review for the new building, tree dripline encroachment permit, as well as the density bonus concessions and waivers, and also a conditional use permit, which is for the daycare portion of the project. Before we go into the project, I really just wanted to touch on the applicable state housing laws that apply to this project. So this project is being processed under the Housing Accountability Act, which does require cities to approve housing projects that meet the city's objective standards. And the only way the city could deny this project is by making specific health or safety findings. And these findings must be based on objective, existing written public health safety standards. It's also being processed under SB 330, which essentially got adopted in 2019 to strengthen the Housing Accountability Act, which means that if a project meets the city's objective standards, SB 330 essentially prevents the city from reducing those housing units or adding any new development standards after an application that was submitted to the city has been deemed complete. And as mentioned earlier, they're utilizing density bonus, which because they're providing affordable units as part of the project. And a waiver is granted when a development standard would physically preclude the project from being built at its permitted density. The permitted density is the base density plus the additional units they get under density bonus law. And concession is granted to reduce the overall construction costs of that standard or requirement, which is resulting in a more cost for the project. And the city may only deny the waiver and concession if the city, with substantial evidence, can show that it causes a specific adverse health or safety impact. And also regarding the concession, it could only be denied if the city can determine that the concession is not resulting in any cost savings for the project. And just now I'm going to move on to the density of this project. So the lot, it is 0.55 acres, and the mixed-use commercial general plan designation allows 88 dwelling units per acre, which then results to 49 units as the base density. But because they're providing low-income affordable units, under density bonus, they get a 50% increase, which then results in 25 additional bonus units that could be added, then resulting in a total of 74 maximum units that could be built on this project. So the applicant is proposing to construct 74 units, also requesting 5 waivers from the city's development standards and 3 concessions. And now I'll move into the 3 concessions that are requested tonight. The first one is building materials, which the city's objective design standards require 2 materials be provided on any building frontage. The applicant is only providing 1 single material. And again, they're citing costs, that it will reduce the costs if they apply only 1 material. And this is in addition to the glazing and railings. And once we get into the elevation slide, I could go into more detail about what they are doing in terms of articulation or adding more, like from an aesthetic point of view, what they're doing because they're only using 1 material. And the second one is frontage improvements that are required along Mount Diablo Boulevard. The West Downtown Specific Plan does require a 14-foot wide sidewalk. The applicant is retaining the existing frontage as is, and that's including the existing sidewalk and driveway apron. Again, stating that that if they were to put in the new sidewalk, replace the existing sidewalk as well as widening it, it then triggers stormwater treatment facilities to be placed as well, and that does result in a significant cost savings if they're requesting the concession for it. A third one is public art. They are waiving the public art requirement as the anticipated construction cost for this project is $30 million. And if they were to pay that public art fee at that 1%, it would be $300,000, or they would have to install art on site. So again, they're waiving that, citing cost savings. And here is a list of the density bonus waivers. I probably won't go into too much detail on this because just to be respectful of everybody's time, the applicant is also making a presentation and we'll walk through all of the waivers. But I did want to highlight that the two that are in yellow are, after further review, staff did determine that these do not need to be requested as waivers, as this is existing conditions. So the proposed is actually existing conditions on site. The applicant's not proposing, it's there right now. So nothing is changing or they're not exasperating the area in any way. So here's a closer look at the site plan. Again, the existing building on site will be demolished. Here's what it will look like with the proposed layouts. And this is just for site context. This is a mixed-use building. So I really just put this slide in here to show that the adjacent uses are commercial and retail, and this the ground floor of this building is commercial, and the upper floors are residential, and there are residential uses directly behind the site. So it would be a good fit for this type of project. And here is a closer look at the ground floor. As you can see, the commercial component is fronting Mount Diablo, and there's a lobby that'll take you to the upper floors, the residential units. And as you go down the site, there's a bike room, and in the middle of the site is the mechanical parking system or spaces that you can park into. And further down into the site is another lobby that takes you to the upper floors. I could probably use this. Yeah. So, and then there's the waste room as well as the utility room and the child care facility. And as you can see here, there's an entrance right off of the south side, right there. I'm trying to get the clicker there. There you go. And then there's an exit or an egress door that goes out to the west side. And there's a 5-foot wide path that leads out here in case of any emergency or evacuation from that child care center. And here is the second floor plan, and here you can see the parking system, which does consist of 4 modules. The system stores the vehicles vertically and horizontally, and each space does function independently, storing the vehicles without having to relocate any vehicle to get a new car in. And the residential storage units that are required for multifamily uses are being provided on the second floor as well. And now moving into the building architecture, the entire building consists of smooth cement plaster finish with a mix of paint colors, and a material board with the color swatches is provided tonight. Is right behind the secretary. If you would like to see that passed around to see more of the color palette. Also consists of black metal louvers and screens, as well as black metal canopies. Glass guardrails will be installed on the outdoor decks. Again, this is the street-facing elevation, and again, just to be respectful of time, the applicant has a presentation, and they'll really go into more of the design concept. This is the rear elevation that will be facing the existing multifamily uses. And again, the same color material palette carried along, as well as the outdoor decks. And this is the east elevation facing inwards, where you would access into that mechanical parking garage and to go up to the upper floors. This is the west elevation, which is from, if you're at the adjacent parcel where the service station is, it's looking to that side. So essentially the back of this building. And moving on to the landscaping plan, this is the ground floor plan. Because it's a tight site layout and there's existing utilities along the frontage, there was really no space to put in any trees or street trees. But the applicant is providing shrubs, grasses, and ground cover, as well as compliance with the bioretention, the basins that are located. And there will be trees that are planted on the roof deck. So there's 14 new trees that consists of olives and pine trees. And I think those were selected because they're evergreen and they're also wind resistant. The roof deck also consists of lounge seating, a spa area, shaded areas, open space for other types of gatherings. And the mechanical equipment is also located on the rooftop. And there are 4 trees on site, the pear trees that are being removed. These were administratively approved by the city's consulting arborist due to their size, health, and the species. And there are 6 off-site trees that are all located along the west perimeter of the site that are shown on this. Okay, let's try this again. Yeah, that are all located along the west elevation. And these are all being preserved and they'll be protected in place during construction. And as mentioned earlier, this project also consists of a daycare. It is 860 square feet and also includes the outdoor play area. And the hours of operation are Monday through Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. And this will function exclusively as an amenity for the building residents, so it won't be open to the general public. And the pickup drop-off activity is spread across a 2-hour window in the morning and afternoons. Again, no additional vehicle traffic is anticipated beyond the normal residential activity, as it is, again, just not open to the public and just an amenity for residents. The outdoor play area is enclosed and separated from the vehicle circulation routes, as shown back here. Sorry, I'm having fun with this new clicker. They just added this new feature and it's fun. So this project also qualifies for a Class 32 CEQA exemption, which is the infill development. There's a criteria. There's, I think, 5 findings that need to be made. One such being that is consistent with the policies of the mixed-use commercial zoning and general plan. The site is less than 5 acres. There's existing utilities on site. And I believe the project site is currently developed, and there'll be less than significant effects to traffic and air quality and so forth. And all of this has been outlined in the draft resolution attachment 1 in more detail. And same goes for the findings that are required for this project. Again, all are addressed in the draft resolution, but it does require, to approve this project tonight, the project needs to meet the subdivision and design review findings, and then the conditional use permit and specific childcare findings for the childcare portion. And the project also meets the intent of the West Downtown Specific Plan, which really does envision a activated ground floor or a commercial space that fronts the Mount Diablo frontage with residential uses on the upper floors. And the project does meet the objective design standards. The project is located within a half a mile apart, so per our parking standards, and I believe it was it AB?
2097.
AB 2097 also says that if a project is located within a half mile apart, it does not need to provide any parking. The project is providing 88 parking stalls. And with that, staff does recommend that the Planning Commission adopt the updated draft resolution approving the entitlements listed before you for the mixed-use project at 2094 Mount Diablo Boulevard. I did want to mention that there were minor corrections made to the draft resolution, and a copy of that updated reso has been presented to all of you. The corrections are highlighted in yellow. That is all I have. Oh, and sorry, you also need to make the finding or recommendation for the CEQA exemption. And that was already outlined in the draft resolution, but I forgot to state it for the record, so my apologies.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Does anybody have any? Perfect.
Going back to the sidewalk waiver, as I know that we most likely will grant, if we approve it, we'll be granting that waiver. But will the city be able to come through sometime in the future and create a 14-foot sidewalk through there?
Yes, because there is sufficient right-of-way, and the 14 feet that's envisioned in the West Downtown Specific Plan will be achieved as the existing street width will be reduced to accommodate that 14 feet. So regardless of this concession, that will still happen. And we do have, as mentioned earlier, the city engineer here if we need to elaborate on that.
Thank you. And another question I have, it's great that it has a daycare, but it closes at 5:30, which I think is awfully early. With my kids in there, I would never make it there in time to get my kids out. So are they willing to change that to a more reasonable time of, say, 6?
That's a great question. I believe the property owner is also, or is here tonight.
Okay. And third question, there appears to be only 2 elevators. Is one of them sufficient to handle furniture going up before people move in and out?
Yes, and it meets all the building code requirements. So I believe it would have sufficient space for that.
And final question, the HOA on this, how does an HOA work with residential and commercial? Is there anything special on that, or is there?
You wanna tr-
In this case, it's not a commercial endeavor, it's an amenity. So the HOA would be responsible to maintain the amenities on the property.
Okay, thank you. And no further questions right now.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm curious about the in lieu waiver. Is there precedent for this? I mean, does the city look at the numbers and say, you're right, we get it, you know, you're tight on the margins? Or can you just expound on that a little bit?
Is it regarding the public art fee waiver?
Correct, yeah.
Claire, do you want to?
I can take a stab at that. The applicant argued that the art fee is similar to a development standard in that it required on-site public art to spend 1% of your construction cost estimate on an art project. Or you can take the low road or the high road, I guess, depending on what roads you're driving, and pay the fee. So it was likened to a development standard, and development standards are waivable.
And in this case, maybe the philosophy is, there's not a lot of real estate necessarily, so where's the giant windmill going to go, right? Is that, am I thinking the right, okay. Thanks, Chip.
My mic is not on. That would help. So there's no separate commercial lot that's being created or subdivided as part of this map.
It is, yeah.
There's a
They're
separate.
creating one is the commercial, the daycare is the amenity.
Okay, because that's what I was pinging to your question. Because when there's a separate lot, then the Davis Sterling Act would go ahead and have CC&Rs specific for the commercial lot and then the residential, I'm assuming. Because then the residential lot will then be condo mapped
Yes,
with the 74.
the 74
Units.
residential units, yeah.
And then speaking of concessions, so I thought that a concession for fees is discretionary under state density bonus law.
So the density bonus statute does say, it does not require the provision of financial incentives, so I think that's what you're
Yeah,
referring to, but the idea here is that the requirement is the provision of public art. The fee is the in lieu of that.
Got
So
it.
the standard is the
Okay.
provision of art.
so you're conceding out of actually providing the art itself, not the in lieu fee.
Correct.
Okay, did that help?
Well, no, it was my understanding that we were waiving the fee, right?
Well, the waiver would be for the requirement to provide art, because the fee is not to provide the art, but pay the fee instead.
So, but the bottom line is we're not getting the extra 300 grand.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
I think the fee was shown just to show there'll be a cost savings, which a concession requires the city to illustrate, will there be a cost savings by approving the concession?
I'd build on that by saying that the cost of the art is supposed to be equal to what the fee would be.
Yeah, 300,000 approximately.
Any more questions I have? Oh, go ahead. No, none. Do you know if there was any truck turning analysis completed as part of the categorical exemption, and also did the fire department look at this?
Yes, they did. And again, the applicant, as part of their presentation, is going to incorporate the discussions they had with the fire department as well as building to make sure there's been accessibility provided on site.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'll just save my questions for there.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I did want to ask, is the overflow room open?
It is not prepared.
Okay. We're just going to get nice and cozy in here. And it's cold outside, so it's fine. So how long does the applicant have to? 10 minutes. Okay, I'd like to then open up. Does the applicant want to come up and provide oh, there we go.
Hello, my name is Ben Johansson with LC Architects representing the applicant. Thank you, Simmer, for your summary of the project, and we'll work to provide a little more information on particularly where we've gone in the discussions we've had since the Design Review Commission heard it. So this is the feedback that we heard. We heard about public safety and visibility. They encouraged us to look into these further, the street-facing elevation, the site triangles. There was a neighboring property owner who wanted us to confirm that their drainage would not be impacted by this development. And then we have worked, spent significant time with the building division and Contra Costa Fire Protection District in order to work through fire and emergency access. So first, public safety and visibility. It's our feeling that the project will improve safety and visibility on the site just by opening it up to 24/7 surveillance by introducing residents. Previously, there's the parking lot, the storage areas for the neighboring retail in the back, and it's not as easy to survey as the proposed project. We are providing adequate light around the perimeter, and we imagine the site will be activated at more hours. Street-facing elevation. We feel that one primary material, in addition to the glazing and the railing that do not count towards the to the standard that we're asking to be waived, as well as articulation of the building face, will create a high-quality, interesting facade. There's some curved balconies on the corner. There's large storefront glass at the ground floor. I mean, we probably exceed the 20% in glass alone on the frontage, but that doesn't count towards the standard, so we're asking for it to be waived. We did the analysis as requested for site distance triangles, and the project conforms. We also looked with our civil engineer to confirm that the drainage plan works to not impact the neighboring commercial building, and specifically the one at the frontage of Mount Diablo. So we are matching at the center line of the driveway with the existing conditions. There's pervious paving on our side now. The existing cache basin's going to remain. And then I'd also point out that in the conditions of approval, number 28, there is a condition that we will not negatively impact them, and we will adhere to that standard. We worked with the fire district. We did, as part of this project, submit an alternative means and methods application and worked with the fire marshal to come up with an acceptable plan. As far as truck access, there is not, just the dimensions of the site would not allow for a fire truck to turn around on the site. So we have to provide alternatives. So the fire marshal says we can do a dead end to 200 feet, and then they would back out from there. And then we're also providing wet standpipes and 2 stairs at the front and back of the site, going all the way up to the roof. Those are kind of the primary things. This is a fully sprinklered building. It's type 3 non-combustible construction on the exterior, and so we feel that we've been able to work towards we have been able to work to a solution that's acceptable to the fire district and to the building division regarding fire and emergency access. The alternative means and methods that are proposed are sort of standard exceptions when a site is not able to provide the aerial apparatus access road as would be prescribed in the code. So we worked with the building division to make sure that all the openings on this tight site, all the openings conform to the standards in the California Building Code. We worked to make sure that each of the exit pathways from the front and mostly from the rear stair and from the child care facility in the back of the site would be protected and maintained as a safe passageway in the event of an emergency. As part of that discussion back and forth with building division, we did need to eliminate 4 metal grill louver systems at the back of the mechanical parking, which would have, we had anticipated perhaps being able to provide natural ventilation for the parking garage, but that would have created openings that couldn't be protected in the event of an emergency, and so we've eliminated those to make the passageway safe, and we will provide mechanical ventilation for the parking garage. So it's kind of into the weeds, but we've had a lot of discussions, and we appreciate the work of the fire district and the building division. Driveway width is a waiver, the first waiver I'll discuss. We are maintaining the same width of the existing entry drive into the site, where there would be where the standard would be for the first 25 feet, it would be 25 feet wide. Just the cross-section across the site with providing a viable commercial space, the residential lobby, the exit passageways, just make that a difficult standard to, it would physically preclude the project to apply the standards. So we are asking for that waiver. There's also another at the mechanical parking, just proximity to some columns coming down. The standard would be for there to be a 27-foot backup at these parking stalls. We're providing 4 inches less, at least conceptually. We may be able to increase it as we go into construction documents, but we want to make sure that we're providing adequate dimensions for the mechanical parking system and structure, and so we're asking for a waiver as that as well, for 4 inches. So here is the section that's proposed in the West Downtown specific plan for Mount Diablo Boulevard. It's all within the 100-foot right-of-way that's existing. So each of the 14-foot walks on either side of the road, the new bike paths, all of that occur within the existing defined right-of-way. We are asking for a front setback reduction. The front setback is Standard is for 15 feet at the ground level, up to 40 feet. We're proposing a reduction to about 12'3", and that is measured from the curb. So in this walkway, if this was to be developed, and to Commissioner Strongman's point, we have not precluded development of this section as intended in the future. When that walk is increased to 14 feet, we would provide, as shown in this, we would provide 15 feet 6 at the up to 40 feet and meet the standard. Above that, we would ask for the waiver of the step back. You know, we have 25 density bonus units. We're accommodating them. We need more building envelope to do so, so we aren't stepping back as far. We do step back at the top to a distance that would meet the standard. But there's a couple of floors in there that we do not. Side and rear yard courts, there's a standard about 20 by 20 courts at living rooms, 10 feet by 10 feet at bedrooms along the side yards, and the site is not, it's too narrow with the units that are proposed to meet those standards. Again, we've worked with the building division to come up with ways that the goals of ventilation and light would be met within the units that have the closest setback. And, you know, this is all, you know, we have to build as if there's a site next door, but currently there is not, so.
Thank
Okay,
you.
I can wrap it up. If there's any questions, I'm here, the civil engineer is here, and the applicant is here as well.
Thank you for your presentation. Does anybody have any questions for the applicant? Yes.
All right, I'll start. So thank you so much for the presentation. It was very helpful to understand what the developers did to conform to work to get to address the issues and concerns with fire safety and also code conformance. On the issue of safety, I did want to get clarification on the mechanical parking stacker. I do park in one of those at work, so I am aware that they are very powerful machines. And at my work, they're gated to make sure that people can't walk under the platforms as the cars move up and down. So is the...
Yes, these will be gated.
Okay, all right. And then there's adequate protection measures to make sure that if someone
Yeah,
does end up on either
there's
side.
all the safety sensors, and there'll be card access to open the gates. You know, there'll be four gates that go up, one at each bay, and so at any time, you know, it would just be for the car that's coming in. I have it in the other presentation.
Okay, that's good. That
So
answers my
yes, it's
question.
included our set. There's a list of the safety features that are provided.
All right, thank you.
Going back to your emergency plans, what about the daycare? Is there an evacuation plan if there's an emergency?
Yes, there are, as Simmer pointed out, there are two, is this the fancy thing? Yeah. So there are two exits out of the childcare. So there's this one that would come out along the east side of the site to exit, as well as there's another exit on the west side to come down
Oh,
as
okay.
well.
Thank you.
So just when I drove the site to kind of see what we were looking at, I know that the, right next to this, on the bottom of that map is the Ace Hardware right next door. And so just to clarify, you have on this map, you have the red and the purple, and then below that is Ace Hardware, and they have access to parking on that side of their
Yes.
fence. Can you just
So
describe that for people?
the site has a shared parking access road. There's 10 feet on our side of the property line and 10 feet on the west property as well. And so that is what the easements are. And so we are maintaining that 10-foot easement all the way to the back of the site. And then, so we are providing the same access that they're afforded now going forward.
Anyone else? I have a couple of questions. So you had mentioned that you're keeping, and I understand that you're using a waiver. Is it a waiver or concession for the driveway width?
The waiver is, yes, it's a waiver.
It's a waiver.
Yes.
So my question is, you're saying you're keeping it as is, but the air,
There's kind of two.
Yeah.
So there's a concession that allows us to keep the frontage improvements, including the driveway apron. And then behind the driveway apron, there's a development standard for the first 25 feet.
yeah.
You're supposed to be 25 feet wide. And so it's kind of both, I
You
guess.
have it at 21.
We have it at
So
21.
where I'm getting at this is that the existing buildings don't qualify to trigger the aerial apparatus code because of their heights, correct?
Correct.
Exactly. So the problem that I have right now is the fact that normally the fire department goes 150 feet. That's the length of their hose. And I get that you're getting an AMMR. I'm very, very familiar with AMMRs. So it sounds like, you're providing additional, sometimes they don't allow you to use the room method, so then you have to provide additional fire sprinklers. And the reason I bring all of that up is because you have a childcare facility, the existing conditions don't even trigger that. And so my kids go to dance class very close to here, so I'm very familiar with this site. That is my, and I noticed that you're sharing it with the law firm.
What are we
The
sharing?
purple is the access for the law firm, that's the brick veneer building next.
In the front.
Yeah.
The small one-story.
And so when BKF did the truck turning, they just had the truck, they had an aerial truck going in and then just backing all the way out?
When we discussed this with the fire marshal and they approved the AMR, they said, we will, and the fire code has a provision that the fire marshal is allowed to say, okay, usually we would go in 150 feet for a dead end. They can extend that. So he said, we are willing in this condition to go in 200 feet. And then also, we anticipate being able to come up from Mount Diablo Boulevard as well to access the roof with an aerial apparatus. And then, beyond that, you see projects that don't have any access roads onto it. We did 17, 16 lofts, and it's just a walkway around it. There's just the one, you come off of Main Street and you can ladder up. So in some ways, this is an improvement over something like that, and then the code offers the opportunity to do the wet standpipes in the stairwells.
Right. Did you do ladder truck exhibits that show?
The ladder truck, so they would bring a truck in. That would not be an aerial apparatus.
Okay, so it doesn't have, they're not going to do
No,
the,
because an aerial apparatus driveway is 26 feet wide.
yeah, that's why I
You can't do
asked.
it.
Right.
This is not an aerial apparatus that's coming into the site. They anticipate being able to put an aerial apparatus on Mount Diablo. Right
Okay.
in front, go up to the roof that way.
And then a different truck driving
A different truck
250.
could come in the 200.
And they've already confirmed, and sorry, the only reason I'm bringing this up,
Yeah, this
I
is
probably know
signed
too
off.
much, and there's a child care facility. Sorry.
I mean, it's the children that live in the building anyway, so they would be, they could be upstairs, they could be down there. In some ways, having, while they're on the ground floor, that's easier for them to evacuate than,
They're just
They're up.
all in someone else's, there's 11 of them, I think is what I read.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, the fire marshal has confirmed the aerial apparatus wouldn't go down here, which now makes a lot more
the
sense to
aerial
me.
does
They're
not
on,
go down there.
it would be a different truck that they've
Yes.
already confirmed
Yes.
can drive there. They can have their hose, so now, because in my mind, I'm thinking to myself, how in the world, like,
know.
you need.
No, aerial
need
apparatus,
ladder.
you have to be
Yeah, I was like,
26 feet, you have to
it's
be
not
at
gonna
least
fit.
15 feet away from the building.
Yeah,
It doesn't
okay.
work.
But I did want to make that clear that, when you stated, oh, it's the same driveway with, we're just keeping it because existing conditions, you're triggering a completely different building code
Yes.
than what's existing.
Yeah. So it's not an aerial apparatus.
Okay. The other question, I only have two more. One of them's really easy. The second question is the BMRs. Affordable housing is always good. Where are they located?
Where are the 8?
Yeah.
They'll be distributed. I mean, it'll be proportional. I forget exactly the two-bedroom, one-bedroom studio count. What? Okay, 35 each and then one studio. So it hasn't exactly been confirmed, but it'll be proportional to the unit types.
Okay.
It
And then-
has not, it hasn't come up as far as assigning them at this stage.
Yeah.
It will need to be assigned.
And then the last question is the green roof. Are you using that for C3 water quality purposes?
We are using it to reduce the amount of impervious area on the site. It's not a treatment.
Okay, got it. Okay. I feel like I asked a lot of questions, and there's a lot of people in here. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So now I'd like to open up the public comment. Does anybody have anything that they would like to discuss on this item only? Out of all the people here? No public comments on this item. Oh, yes.
Thank you, Chair. I actually live 2 blocks from this project. It's kind of scary, but I'm not anti-development at all. So I appreciate the questions. It looks like the team has done a great job in terms of accounting for the site challenges. I mean, I literally live 2 blocks from the site, so I know this very well as well. So I appreciate the efforts that everyone's put into this and look forward to it. It'll probably be a nightmare for a while with the construction, but that's just part of the process. So thank you.
Thank you. With nobody else, now the applicant has a chance to speak again. But you don't have to? Thank you. I would like to now close public comment and bring it to the commission for any considerations, emotions, thoughts, comments.
All right, I'll make the motion. So I move to approve this draft resolution for the tentative subdivision 9697 for condominium purposes. Final design review, density bonus, tree drift line encroachment permit, and conditional use permit, application number Y24-040 at 2094 Mount Diablo Boulevard.
And just to confirm, that's the revised version that's been presented.
Oh.
As amended.
As amended, yes.
Thank you.
Second?
I'll be right there. Okay, Commissioner Kwok,
Yes.
Commissioner Cound,
Yes.
Commissioner Moran,
Yes.
Commissioner Strongman,
Yes.
Commissioner Klopp,
Yes.
and Vice Chair Knighting.
Yes.
Okay, that is, motion carries.
Thank you. And now we're going to be moving on to the second item on the agenda for application Y23083 located at 7449 Buena Vista Avenue. Does the city have, oh, perfect.
Yes, staff has prepared a presentation for tonight. Oops. So, good evening, Commissioners. My name is Stephen Cook, Assistant Planner with the city's Community Development Department. Before you this evening is a request for a conditional use permit to establish a new K through 8th private school the LGD Academy at 2449 Buena Vista Avenue. The associated project number is Y23083. Before we begin, I'd like to note a few housekeeping items. Since the publication of the agenda packet, the applicant has invoked California Assembly Bill 2097. So AB 2097 prohibits local jurisdictions from imposing minimum off-street parking requirements on eligible projects located within 1/2 mile of a major transit stop, which in this case includes the Walnut Creek BART station located just south of the site. Accordingly, staff has updated the draft resolution to reflect this change. Revisions include updates to the background section, the conditions of approval, as well as the addition of the approved Transportation Demand Management Plan, or TDM, as a new attachment confirming the project's eligibility under the city's off-street parking ordinance. The project site is located on Buena Vista Avenue, just south of Alvarado Avenue. The parcel is approximately 36,000 square feet and contains 4 detached single-story buildings totaling roughly 7,100 square feet. The property is owned by the Walnut Creek Islamic Center and is currently being used as a religious assembly facility. An existing surface parking lot, as shown on the slide, provides on-site parking for visitors and staff. The surrounding area consists of a mix of single-family residences, other religious assembly facilities, and several elementary and K-8 private schools. And the zoning for the site is duplex D3 residential. For background, the school previously operated on the site from fall 2023 through spring 2025. During the final spring semester, the city's building official and a fire inspector from the Contra Costa County Fire Protection District directed the school to cease operations until all required permits were obtained. Staff also confirmed that the school is actively registered with the California Department of Education, as shown on the slide. LGD Academy is a 501c3 nonprofit organization seeking to establish a K-8 private school within the existing Islamic Center. The submitted business plan identifies a maximum enrollment of 90 students, and for context, the school previously enrolled 46 students. Staffing includes 4 administrative staff, 2 fully credentialed teachers, and 10 part-time teachers in training. The academic curriculum includes English language arts, mathematics, science, leadership, religious studies, and foreign language. Daily hours of operations are Monday through Thursday, with a staggered drop-off period between 8 and 8:40 a.m. and a staggered pickup period from 3:30 to 3:45 p.m. Fridays exclusively operate as half-days with an 11:30 a.m. pickup. So this operational schedule indicates that the school activities will not overlap with the scheduled religious assembly functions, thereby minimizing any on-site parking demand and reducing potential traffic congestion. So transitioning into the proposed site plan, the layout identifies the 7 classrooms, 1 administrative office, which are marked in stars for reference. All other areas will be retained by the Islamic Center, and the project also includes modifications to the existing surface parking lot, including restriping to create a designated pickup drop-off area, improve on-site circulation, and ensure compliance with ADA, fire access, and the city's parking design standards. As shown on the plan, site access is provided from Buena Vista Avenue with separate ingress-egress points. So during the noticing period, staff received several public comments, many of which raised concerns relating to parking, traffic, and noise. Beginning with parking and traffic, as noted earlier, the project invokes Assembly Bill, or AB 2097, which prevents the city from imposing minimum off-street parking requirements. Under the city's off-street parking ordinance, projects relying on AB 2097 must submit a transportation demand management plan for review and approval by the city's transportation administrator. And so the applicant's TDM plan has been already approved and includes several measures, including operational and design strategies to prevent spillover parking, procedures for regular monitoring of neighborhood parking conditions, and contingency measures. So if spillover parking is observed, there's an activated share parking agreement with a nearby property at 2317 Buena Vista Avenue, just south of the site, about a quarter of a mile, which has approximately 77 parking spaces available. And so the approved TDM plan is included as an addendum to the agenda packet as attachment 7. So in addition, the project includes parking lot improvements, and these improvements are intended to better manage the flow of vehicles entering and exiting the site onto Buena Vista Avenue, and for concerns regarding unauthorized parking on private property or in red curbed areas. Residents could contact the Walnut Creek Police Department Traffic Enforcement Division to report any violations. That division is responsible for enforcement and can issue citations to offending vehicles. Please refer to the GIS vicinity map, which illustrates the project site's location within 1/2 mile of the Walnut Creek BART station, for your reference. And regarding noise, the city's general plan recognizes that noise is both subjective and context dependent, with sensitivity often increasing during the evening and nighttime hours. So the general plan's land use noise compatibility table guidelines, as shown on the screen, classifies single-family residential uses and school uses within the same normally acceptable and conditionally acceptable thresholds for the day and night average noise levels. In addition, the school's business plan indicates that all academic instruction will occur within fully enclosed buildings, and to further limit potential impacts, the draft resolution includes a condition prohibiting outdoor school-related activities within the parking lot. This ensures that the open areas on the site are used primarily for vehicle circulation rather than student activities, thereby minimizing potential noise exposure for nearby residents. To summarize, the applicant is requesting a conditional use permit to establish the new K-8 private school for LGD Academy, and the Planning Commission is tasked with reviewing the required CUP findings as shown on the screen. Staff believes that the Commission can make the necessary findings and has prepared a draft resolution that provides a response to each. Okay, the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15301, Class 1, existing facilities, as it involves the partial conversion of an existing religious assembly use into a new school use with no expansion of the building footprint. Okay, staff recommends that the Planning Commission move to determine that the project be exempt from CEQA under the Section 15301 existing facilities and adopt the revised draft resolution approving the conditional use permit for the LGD Academy at 2449 Buena Vista Avenue. Okay, and that concludes staff's presentation for tonight. I'm available to answer any questions, and representatives from LGD Academy are also present here tonight to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Does anybody have any comments for staff or questions? None? Okay. I'd like to then open up the public. Oh, does the applicant have a presentation?
Not a presentation.
Okay.
Just speak.
Okay.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is, excuse me, I've been talking all day. My name is Yusra Nasiri. I'm a parent and a founder, one of the founders of LGD Academy. I'm also an optometrist. I've been serving community health centers my entire career, about a decade, and specifically in expanding services to underserved areas. I shifted my interest to education, as of course, you never think about that, but with having 2 kids, I saw that my daughter was going through some challenges at school, so I looked to find an alternative for her. So LGD began really as a collaborative effort with other community members who wanted to find something different, an alternative education opportunity for their kids. And we chose Walnut Creek. It's been the center hub for a lot of our families. LGD would be the first Islamic school if given the permit in the Walnut Creek Tri-Valley area. And growing up here, you know, I've been raised in the Bay Area, gone to public schools, I graduated from Cal. I know that the most important thing is to making sure that the school is also a part of the community. And one of the most important things that makes LGD special for my daughter, and for one of the reasons why parents pick the school, is that it's brought in Leader in Me. Leader in Me is an established program that works to bring in and adapt the principle 7 habits of highly successful individuals. And that framework teaches kids that leadership starts with service. The essence of leadership is service. And when we first came into the community, we know kids make noise. We know that. I mean, I have 2 and I feel like I have 20. So it's not easy. And our students went door to door to the adjacent neighborhood in an effort to show that we're here. We want to create a type of friendship, a bond. They introduced themselves, passed out a box of baked goods to every neighbor. They were very excited. We got some positive feedback from that, so that was wonderful. I also today spoke in detail with a friend of mine, Pastor Edward Chang, which is from the Gospel Church across the street from Dar es Salaam. And I spoke to him, and he let me know a lot of the concerns that the community was having. And, he said, just to try to emphasize and make sure that people understand that you understand that where they're coming from. And we sincerely do, but we can't speak for the mosque because we are a separate entity. And we can only represent El Judi. And speaking to that, with the concerns that the community has, I want to wholeheartedly extend that we are here to mitigate any issues that our school is responsible for. Like Stephen said, our operational hours do not coincide with the mosque. And in addition to that, for our operations, we went ahead, I looked at the schedules for the different schools in the area, and we end an hour later to mitigate traffic. We start 30 minutes later. So these are all things that we kind of thought about. We installed a bike rack. We have given scholarships to neighboring residents. And we are encouraging people to walk. I have, as working in admissions as well, I have heard a lot of parents say, hey, I want to move from another state. I want to come to El Judi. This is a great opportunity. And growing up, I never had this opportunity to go to an Islamic school where it's a one-stop shop. I can get my academics. I can get my religious studies. I can get everything I need. And then I could also build my identity. Some of our parents say that, their kids were suffering from emotional, social issues. And in a smaller school setting, their kids are thriving. And that's very important nowadays because you have a lot of kids who are neurodivergent learners, who might have anxiety or other issues. And these schools, this type of school would really help them feel supported. Our class sizes are, our largest class is 8 students. So you have 2 teachers per 8 kids. And we really, what I find the most is, sometimes when I get stressed with working with the school at the school, my daughter will, get worried, like, oh, we're still gonna have the school, right? And I'll tell her, yeah, because she's like, no, I can never I can't be without my friends at El Judi. And to speak to what she said when I first started, she said, I will. When she was in 4th grade, when I first started working for the school. Sometimes you feel like in public schools you may be losing your children to ideas or friends or certain trends. But she told me, I'm not coming to that school. And I said, that's fine. It's your choice. But what I want you to do is just try it out. Just try it. Because we had uniforms, we had small class sizes, and, new teachers that looked like your mom. So she wasn't excited. But now if you ask her, and she's here tonight, she will say, whatever you do, don't give up, power through. So it's been a challenge, but it's been a ride of a lifetime. And I think I speak for the whole team when I say that there's so much so it's so rewarding to be in education, more so than optometry. Thank you so much for looking at our application. We're here to answer any questions from the public, and we're happy to continue to, if this permit is approved, to lend our hand, our open communication so that we can help with any concerns in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the applicant?
All right, thank you so much for the presentation. It was very helpful to understand and meet people who work at the academy. I did want to get a sense of how far the families are served and what communities they're from. So it was mentioned, I was thinking, oh, it's just local to Walnut Creek, but it sounds like there's families as far as Livermore or maybe way up as far as Concord. So it sounds like this is a school that serves families much farther than just Walnut Creek. It's very much a regional institution.
I would say, yeah, I say as a beginner, that is true, but we do have quite a few families from Walnut Creek as well. One of our families are new to this area, and we've kind of helped them get acclimated to just how life works in the Bay Area. But we're from San Ramon, and other families, like you said, are from Livermore or Concord, Martinez, Vallejo. But the reason why that's so is Islamic schools in the Bay Area, I could name them on one hand. There aren't that many. And as, second or third generation here, we know a little bit more than our parents might have known. And we are more involved in our child's school and in their education and more in tune into their needs. So I survived public school, but maybe I would have been better off in another, you know what I mean? So I think it's just having those accessible opportunities of education close by. That would be wonderful. And one other thing about our model is that we do train our teachers. Our principal is a teacher trainee of over 40 years. She has a background in education. And we have some of our teachers here to speak to her methods. So we want this to expand. We want the education and the principles of cooperative learning and Leader in Me to be accessible to all over the Bay Area.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
I was looking at the layout of what areas are used by the school, and noticed that the kitchen was not included. So I'm curious how the kids are fed during the day.
Sure. So the lunches are on the parents, so couldn't get away with that one. But so they bring a bag lunch. We don't use the kitchen. The kitchen is the mosques. Yes.
And then, so much of what we're hearing is concern about parking, as you know.
Right.
And I know some of that may have to do with other days of the week, but you mentioned the Gospel Church that's right across the street. And so is there an agreement with them as well, or do people have to go to the further location?
Yes. So there is not an agreement with the Gospel Church. I just kind of created a relationship with pastor, so I could understand the area better and get to know the community. But the Self-Realization Temple, which is further down the street, is for spillover parking. Now, if you look at the size of our school and the method and how the students are picked up and dropped off, it's a very smooth carpool lane. We have about 4 to 5 teachers with yellow and blue vests, walkie-talkies. The students stay within the courtyard, and they're called as their family cars arrive. About 45% of the school uses the shuttle, and it's about 14 kids. So we are pretty small, and I think it's probably going to grow at a slower rate than your average school because we are so intentional in what we can do and provide for the kids. But to go back to the carpooling, from the traffic study, and I'll let Mr. Jessup talk about that. It's about, I would say, no more than 12 cars have ever been parked on that lot during our operational hours. Now, again, I can't speak to the Friday prayer, but the temple down the street does have about 70 open parking spots. In addition to that, we do know that schools have, safety routes, so you can park your car and walk your child to the school. So we can designate those areas for parents, but the majority of our parents are both working, so they really love the idea of drop and see you later.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So just to follow up, you were saying that you envision the numbers growing slowly. So what we're looking at is a maximum of 90 when your previous numbers were 46. So
Yes.
are you seeing it as like 90 next year?
No.
How did that number
That number,
come from?
because, so yeah, so there's 7 classrooms, and the maximum capacity for our curriculum and for the classroom as well is about 12 students. So 7 times 12, so yeah, it's about 90. But as you know, with private schools, you're not going to get an influx at the older ages. You know, they're going to come in when they're younger, and then they stay with you. So we imagine that that's our growth pattern will be the same.
Any further questions for the applicant?
Thank you very much. I'm curious about the recess, and I believe the phrase says that it's going to be done in an enclosed outdoor space.
Yes, so if you look at the structure of the building, it's got a courtyard in the center. So before, the students used to play on the side lot, that was the parking lot that goes uphill, which was neighboring the neighbors on Buena Vista. So that's not going to be happening anymore. The parking lot will be restructured and only used for parking in order to follow fire access standards. So we anticipate that with the changes in the parking lot, it will improve flow as well, both for the car lane and for anyone else using the facility.
So the recess is going to happen in that rectangle in the middle.
Yes.
Between the buildings.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for the applicant?
I just was wondering if we could have a map when people are speaking so we know what they're talking, you know, when she's talking about it. Can we have the map that he had up there so we can see it?
So we can have staff pull up something. I do want to mention this before I begin, because I'm assuming that everyone who wants to speak, thank you so much, that everyone who wants to speak, we are a city that is a good neighbor. And so I want to make sure that everybody in this room is courteous and is a good neighbor when we speak. You will all have 2 minutes, please. And that's all you will have. So when you hear the ding, please don't have me tell you to sit down. You'll hear the ding. So can we start? Yes? Are there, I think I got a lot of I got a lot of no ma'am.
Okay, I have, I think, 7 cards.
Oh.
I can start reading the cards.
I thought you were going to say 70. I was like, oh dear.
8?
8, okay, 8.
10? No.
We only spoke to you this afternoon.
Oh, okay, great.
Oh,
Thank you. Okay. We're getting to 70.
Okay, we're
Okay, I'm
over.
gonna start calling off names. If we could have order and everybody could sit down, please. I gotta count 'em. If we could have Mike Kim, please.
In consideration of, I want to make sure that everybody has appropriate time to speak. And by the way, in case you're wondering, other cities only give applicants and folks even less time, such as like 3 minutes. So what I would like to do, with your permission, is to potentially be able to, to decrease to 1 minute and 30 seconds.
I don't know that I can do that.
Everyone's going to get 2 minutes. So how about we do this? Why don't we go, if everyone moves and starts moving quickly, then everyone can have that 2 minutes. But if we see that things are getting out of control, yes. Yes, go ahead.
Are you represent a neighborhood? Yes. Can you raise your hands if this man represents you? How many of you have cards in? Okay, you can, so if you wish, you can have 10 minutes.
Done. Go ahead.
Good evening, members of,
Do you have a card in, sir? Do you have a card in? I do. Okay.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Mike Kim, and I'm from a neighboring town in Lafayette, so I will only take 1 minute. I just want to share a quick anecdote. My wife and my children, we've lived in Lafayette, which is on the Orinda side, is our house for about 30 years, and we have a ranch that our family owns on the Walnut Creek side called Deer Hill Ranch, which is across the street from Acalanes High School. And the anecdote is simply this. On the ranch, we have two different operations. We've got what's called Sienna Ranch, where we teach kids about horses and nature classes and what have you. It's been thriving and doing quite well. But we also have a Muslim homeschooling cooperative, about 30 families and 80 children. And I went through the same process about 20 years ago and heard a lot of the concerns and traffic and noise and other unsavory comments. And I'm here to tell you, to put everybody at ease, that Ilm Tree, which is a Muslim homeschooling cooperative on my ranch property, has been thriving and doing well and well integrated into the community. And one of the things that it did is quite magical, is familiarity reduces, a lot of the anxieties. And once you get to know people for who they are and what they are, then you become much more tolerant. And that's exactly what happened. And now the school is very much a part of the Lafayette community, and I'm happy to report that it'll hopefully continue on for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. I need,
Right outside. Are you inquiring about a restroom? Oh, live stream. I don't.
we'll have someone take care of it. Next speaker,
Tariq El Dardiri.
Tariq.
Good evening. My name is Tariq Dardiri. I'm the operation manager of the mosque, Walnut Creek Islamic Center. Thank you for giving us the chance to express ourselves. It's very brief that, we need a school actually that can take care of the rituals and the studies of Islam, especially that this is possibly one of the places that serves about 13 cities around us. It's one of the schools that actually is within the East Bay of San Francisco. So I know that possibly the issue of having some noises, it happens everywhere. We are doing the same thing we had, and we have the noises of the schools around us in the same street. I understand that sometimes it's a bit, coming out of control, but with our cooperation, I think we can go further and build more understanding ground for that. Thank you very much.
Next speaker.
I might get this wrong. I think Isan Tinat.
Hello, my name is Isan Tinawi. I live in Walnut Creek with my wife and our 2-year-old son. We actually used to live in Alameda, went to Canada for a year, and then when we were choosing where to live, when we came back to the Bay Area, we especially chose Walnut Creek because it was close to Al Judi School. We live a 15-minute walk from the school. And we were very intentional about choosing that location because hopefully when our son and his future siblings are older, we'd love to walk them over to the school or bike them, because my wife and I don't really like to rely on cars for transportation. Al Judi is very important for us as a community because it will ensure that our children grow up in the culture that we grew up in and that shares the same values that we do. And I think it's really important for them to experience that growing up here. And I just wanted to add that I read the plans that the school and mosque have put forth, and I think the school has been very responsive to the concerns of the community. I think there's really great energy here today where I would love for there to be an avenue for continued discussion and understanding, because as Mr. Kim mentioned, that's really what fosters a community. So I want to keep it short. I hope we're able to find a path forward here that allows the school to operate while maintaining the beautiful character and safety that drew us all to Walnut Creek. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kark? Is it Kark or maybe Carl Hartley? Kevin Gebkin?
Thank you very much for allowing me to come here today. Thank you, my neighbors and Islamic community and my resident neighbors as well. I want to really kind of tackle these three big issues, and some of these things are actually out of their control that you're hearing about, and I want to explain how they came about. But it's going to take all of us to kind of try to understand how to fix this. The first issue has to do with parking. There was an agreement with the church right across the street, the Gospel Center, to allow some parking, and the community actually felt some relief at that time. However, that's dissolved at this point, and unfortunately, the trek now is about almost a half a mile for people to park and come to the gospel or the church and or the school if you have off-street parking that far away. There's many people who can't do that. There's the elderly that can't do that. There's people who are sick that can't do that. And many people who are just inconvenienced don't do that. That's why on the emails you see so many people parking in the red zones. I talked to many of my fellow residents. They have their cars blocked in, people parking on their private property. You see the photos, they're posted. The second issue has to do with the noise and environmental issues. Some of that can't be, it can't change because I want kids to be kids. I'm a therapist. I've been a therapist working in the county for 30 years before I retired. I worked with kids. I worked in underserved communities. I'm pro-kid. I'm pro-religion. And I'm pro-schools. I went into the schools to advocate for children many times. So I do want to mention something that the proposal said earlier, and that had to do with my particular place where I live. There was a talk of a retaining wall there that prevents sound. And I want to pass around, I wish I had a slick slides and that pointer thing, that pointer to do. That's a good deal. So this picture here, sir, this is the old retaining wall that we had, and I put a little arrow on there for reference, so I'm going to show you what it looked like just a year ago. Okay? That's what I think the Planning Commission probably, when they made up this idea, it looked like. I got that picture actually off their website, and it's some children playing right there on the concrete. And behind that fence is where our homes are. And it was quite loud. How many people think that was loud over there? Okay, there's quite a few people. We tore that fence down. It was in disrepair. We were asked to do that. We did it. It cost $250,000 for us to build a new wall. But we have a concrete wall. I'll pass this around. Thank you, sir. The new concrete wall you'll see is no longer 7 or 8 feet tall. It's 4 feet tall. 4 feet. The concrete is no barrier for any sound at all. The top of the wall is under the foundation of our homes. And if you take us side by side, you'll see this is the same area we're talking about. Now we have fences exposed. The second stories of these homes are exposed. And the noise with even 30 children was loud. Children need to be children, though. Okay? In the beginning, when this school first started conditionally, there was no requirement for a noise study. I only ask you that we do that now. The situation has changed. We're asking for 90 children. The tent they're talking about has openings all around the top of it. I want kids to be kids. I was sad to hear, actually, that they can't open it. Came here today prepared to ask you to reopen the school. And I'm sad to hear that that's not possible. Because I looked at some of their letters, and they're very, very compelling. I would like it to be open. I'd like us to do a study. I'd like us to just pause for a moment and figure out if this is the best place, the best location, and we can really handle a school for 90 children. That's issue on noise. Lights, there's a lot of environmental things that need to be looked at. As far as staggering some of the times, another thing they have no control over, unfortunately, there's some security issues that have happened to Buena Vista. You probably were involved in knowing that they did some fencing and stuff like that to keep out people that go there. And I'd like to show you a picture of, one more time, thank you. I'd like to show you a picture I took just this morning where my daughter went to school 20 years ago. She went to Buena Vista, but it didn't look anything like that. There was no fencing, there was no permission to get in, there was no guards at the door, so to speak, and the turnaround area in that is extremely, extremely slow. And if you drive on Buena Vista, which is a main artery to get to the freeway there, it takes a significant amount of time. I'm worried that this is going to add to it. Buena Vista serves 550 children. That's a lot of children on one road. There are cars lined up. You can see the photographs of them that were posted. People are worried about that. They're worried about the congestion. I talked to the traffic cross guards right there. They're worried about their own safety, let alone the safety of the children crossing the street. And some of that is because of these issues that I'm talking about. The last issue I want to talk about is the parking. Oh, I mentioned parking. Oh, and they used to have an agreement. There is a site, another site, it's a long ways away. Okay, so I want to offer some practical solutions since I've went over these three issues. One solution would have been to open the school up. It's the very first thing I have on my list, but I'm sorry that can't happen, actually. But I'd like you to pause your decision before you say yay or nay today to really take a close look. This parking study that you will find was conducted on a Tuesday, okay? You and I know if you're going to study the Bay Bridge traffic, you don't do it on a Sunday at midnight. You do it on a weekday during surge hours. This was a commissioned thing that happened on a Tuesday, very low time. It explains nothing about the surge volume that they have with parking. And that surge is Fridays, every Friday afternoon, every Friday evening, every festive holiday. These are realities. Am I right? They can attest to that. So there's a couple of things I'd request of you. One is a comprehensive review of some of these things I'm talking about. Parking, TIA, transit and safety issues for the kids, and also an acoustics evaluation if the homes in the area are going to be impacted by 90 children. I can tell you, I only live 24 feet from the property line. Do you know how far 24 feet is? It's about to where that flag is. That's my back door. Right here is my patio. That's where I try to enjoy my morning with a cup of coffee, maybe a newspaper, some cereal. It's not possible. It's just impossible. We have, my neighbors and I were worried about our own peace and quiet in our own community. That's something I think that you pride too. I'd like to work with them. I'd like to find a solution. I'd like to figure out if this will work. It's not fair for these children to be out of school. It's not fair for them to feel dangled and not know what's going to happen. Thank you for your time. Do you have any questions you'd like to ask me?
Thank you. Chip, do you want to call 3 names so folks can line up? Is that okay?
Say that again? Oh, yeah. The next 3 names will be Mark Sneary, Sam, sir, and Elisa Trave. So Mark?
Yep. Good evening. Mark Sherry. I live on Buena Vista, about 900 feet northwest, right on the street. You know, I grew up in Walnut Creek. Muslims were not here. Welcome. Come on down. Have a school. Good on you. But you talked, and the director there talked about getting along with the community.
Would you please face us? Sorry.
I'm sorry, speak more?
Thank you so much.
Usually they want me to be quieter. You got to work with us. Friday, I believe it's Friday prayers, if that's the appropriate phrase. The parking on Buena Vista, Alvarado is chaos. Either last Friday or the Friday before, I was driving out at the appropriate time, and one of the attendees, I don't know the proper phrase, was parked on the 2 crosswalks at the corner. It's chaos. I think if you want to get along with the community, as you
Can
said,
you please
and I have
address?
no doubt you do.
Can you please
You need to
address
talk
us?
to your.
Can you please address us when you speak?
I'm sorry?
Can you just address us when you speak?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you so
I
much.
was trying to be nice to them.
No, I hear you. Thank you so much.
You have to have some understanding of working with the neighbors. And I don't need a meeting, but if you've worked out a deal with the temple down the street, your congregants, your attendees need to know that and go there, or it's just going to get worse. And bad things will happen. I don't want them to happen, but you know, we need to get along. And we have other churches, schools on that street, and none of them have this problem. So I'd ask you to work with your folks and make it so we can all get along. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker.
Samra?
Good evening, respected community members and city members. My name is Samra Samir, and I have been a credentialed science teacher for 15 years. I have worked at Al Judy for 2 years, teaching science at Al Judy, and I can say by far that I have grown immensely at this institution. The admin, especially the principal here, ensures that their teachers are properly trained in the cooperative learning strategies, which I think guarantees student success in any classroom. Being a science teacher, and given the opportunity to go ahead and develop the curriculum here, I had noticed and I observed from day one the students came here, they had such a great talent in science and pursuing science. So we tailored the curriculum for them, and part of that was not only building the curriculum, but also having amazing science fairs. And we had great experiments with regards to that. And I think given the opportunity, the school, if they are given the opportunity to come here and pursue what we have been doing for this long, they will be able to go ahead and represent themselves at the county science fair. And I cannot wait for that to happen. I think the kids here through the Leader in Me program are really learning how to lead, and given the opportunity, they're going to rise and shine. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Elsa Trave?
You've got it. You go.
Hello, My name is Issa Trave, and I'm a student at Al Judy Academy. I value my school for all the different subjects and kind teachers. I was in a school that didn't really work out for me before I discovered Al Judy. I was homeschooling for 1 year in between the old school and Al Judy. I discovered Al Judy because I had some friends that were going there. I found sanctuary. Every single one of us has something that connects everyone and forms what we call our school. I hope one day we can get the permission and travel back to sanctuary in West Walnut Creek. At Old Judy, we value everybody and teach everyone everything we need to know to be successful. It should be no labor to be kind to your neighbor.
Thank you. If we can please just, good neighbor here, so everyone gets a clap, so we don't need to clap anymore. The next three,
Next three be Maimuna,
and
Mers Rafiq, and Hakam Ibrahim? Ibrahim, sorry? Yes, ma'am.
yes, we're just calling three up at a time so we can, because there's little kids in the room, so I'm trying to be cognizant of that. Go ahead, thank you. Can we start the clock? Thanks, Claire.
Madam Chairperson and Commissioners, if I got you right? Okay. My name is Maimuna Ahmed. I have been serving on the Contra Costa County Assessment Appeals Board for 3 years, representing our district, District 4, which includes Walnut Creek, Concord, and Pleasant Hill. And I'm here to speak in favor of the ongoing Al Judy Academy on Buena Vista. I would like to address the issue that I saw on, what is it called? Nextdoor on the app about a week ago, which alerted me, which didn't sound very good, threatening decline in property values. When you talk property values to someone who's been an appraiser since 1987, state certified, California certified general appraiser, I've done Buena Vista, I've done Contra Costa, Alameda County. I know all the shortcuts during rush hour. If you want to pay me something, I'll take you on a ride around, how to avoid the traffic. So I'd like to address the issue of property values. I have appraised also in Southern California, LA and Orange counties. And I have never seen any property decline in value because it was located near an elementary school. High school is a whole different ballgame. Because parents of young children want to have their kids, if possible, walk to school. I walked to school as a child. My mother was a teacher. I had to walk to school. No one was driving me in those days. Nowadays, parents, especially moms, are driving kids. So if anything, parents want to live near an elementary school, and if their kids can walk to school, that is ideal. And so the other thing, let's see, I went completely off script. So at any rate, the Nextdoor app basically, is that it? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Is it Moose?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Moise Rafiq. I'm an attorney. I've been living in Walnut Creek and Pleasant Hill for about the last 10 years. I'm an attendee and volunteer at the Walnut Creek Islamic Center. I actually also happen to live next to an elementary school, and so I sympathize with all of our neighbors. Every single morning when I get out to take my kids to school, there's a stranger in a different car parking right in front of my house, several cars, and they're walking out and they're walking down 2 blocks to take their kids to school because they want to avoid the traffic. And so our entire cul-de-sac is full. Every morning and every afternoon, I come back and the entire cul-de-sac is full. And I get frustrated sometimes because I'm like, that's front of my house. But I had to remind myself, I don't own that street. It's a public street. And I realized these were not strangers. These were my neighbors. These were people just taking their kids to school. And yeah, it was inconvenient, but it was about 10 minutes, a period of time. And as soon as school's over, they're gone. And as soon as school drop off, they're gone. And I had to remind myself that I don't love it. I understand. I'm also someone that probably parks in front of the streets. I don't block your driveways. And as good neighbors, if the mosque is not adhering, and the attendees on Friday, if they're not, they should be towed, right? And we should do better. But the problem is we're conflating the issues with the mosque as the issues with the school. And so I think it's really important to separate those. The school is ending at 11:30 a.m. on Friday, and the mosque is a separate situation. And I sympathize, because I have to park on Fridays, and I know it's very hard, but we do our best to park on public streets. It's 2 hours in the middle of the day, and everyone is gone. And if people are parking illegally, I'll be the first to have them towed.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hakam Ibrahim?
Thank you, Commissioners, and thank you to Stephen as well for his work on this project. My name's Hakem Ibrahim. I'm a 36-year resident of Walnut Creek. I grew up on the north side of town. My parents still own their home there. I grew up in the shadow of Northgate High School, so I'm very familiar with, the traffic issues with, living next to a school. I wanted to say, those were my exact sentiments, what the last speaker said about, how some of the residents are conflating the issues with parking on Fridays with what the school is intending to do. I think, guess what, if you kill this project, none of those scenarios are going to change. There's still going to be issues with people parking on Fridays. There's still going to be issues with people parking during festive holidays during the Muslim calendar. So why kill the school? I think the other thing is, now that I live on the south side of town, I have 4 kids. 2 of them went to BV. They're now at WCI in Las Lomas. 2 of them are still at BV now. And I think since the construction that they've just completed at BV, a lot of parents are not using the entrance on BV anymore. There are 3 entrances to the school, BV, one on Alvarado, one on BV, Buena Vista, and San Juan. And so it's totally unfounded that there's traffic now. It's actually gotten much less because during construction, parents got used to picking up on San Juan, and so now everybody's continued that this year as well. And so I think I agree with the last speaker too. On days where I work from home on Fridays and I go pray at the mosque, I agree, the parking is really bad. But I've seen Walnut Creek police out there enforcing the no parking zones, enforcing the red zones. And those people should be cited. They should be towed if that's necessary. And that's how we're going to change that behavior. Thank you.
Thank you. Should we do the next 3 speakers?
Yes. Bisher, Hasib Sukra, and Shauna Monroe. Start with Bisher.
Yeah, good evening. I'll keep this short because I'm just going to echo what others have been saying. My daughter goes to Al Judi. I drop her off in the morning, and then I go as a caretaker of my father who lives on Warren Lane in Walnut Creek. So it's really important for me, for my daughter to be very close to me. And I just want to point out that I have never had a problem with traffic because the school starts that half hour after the elementary schools on the street and ends an hour after that. I've never had a problem with traffic. I've never had to park in the parking lot of the mosque. And yeah, again, I know that the mosque has there's some challenges there, but we're talking about the school here and it does not overlap. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Hasib Sahar, and I'm a homeowner in Walnut Creek. I'm here tonight to support the approval for the use permit for Al Judi Academy. My child attends this school, and our experience has been outstanding, not only academically, but in terms of personal growth. The school's Leader in Me curriculum is one of the few programs in our area that teaches confidence, communication, and responsibility in a structured and daily way. I've seen a noticeable and positive change in my child because of it. I also want to address the concerns raised about traffic and noise. As a parent who drove this route every day, my experience has been overwhelmingly smooth and well organized. Morning drop-offs have been efficient, and because of the way the school manages traffic flow, most parents can pull in, drop off, and exit without needing to park at all. On days when parents do choose to park, they use the school's parking lot. It's also important to note that the other schools on the same road seem to have different start times, which naturally spreads out traffic load and reduces congestion. In my daily experience, this staggered timing makes some noticeable difference. I've never encountered backups, unsafe situations, or other issues during drop-off or pickup. Al Judi Academy is a responsible and considerate neighbor, and the families are committed to following the rules and maintaining a positive relationship with the community. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the council to approve the use permit so the school can continue providing a safe, nurturing, and leadership-focused environment for our children, and continue being a positive asset to Walnut Creek. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Shauna?
I'm just nervous here, but I just went, I live in the complex that's next to the Islamic Center. And sometimes we can hear the kids when they are playing, but, and I agree with Kevin, I think the city should come out and do some kind of noise study, because 90 kids is going to affect the residents nearby. My big thing is the parking. I don't think it's mentioned here that currently they have 53 parking spots, and this is going to change it down to 33. And so that's 20 less, and that's just going to make the parking in the area worse on Fridays. And this is a multi-use facility. And I know people have said that it's separate, the school and the mosque, but reducing the parking is just going to make it worse for everybody in the neighborhood. I live in the Britton Hills Homeowners Association, and on Friday, we have to stand out there and kick people out of our parking lot. We have people parking in the red zones every Friday. They park in no parking zones. They park on private streets that are posted. And just this last Friday, and I sent in with my email, there was only 4 people parking in that shared agreement. So I guess the thing is, you have this shared agreement, what's going to change the behavior now? Because they haven't been doing it before. And also, I have nothing against the school or anything like that, but I just feel, this footprint is not big enough to hold 90 people. And it seems like that this center has outgrown, and that's just where I stand. I do oppose this proposal. Thanks.
Thank you.
3 more. Lizette Duran, Abdul Adwala, and Nav, I can't read that. Is it DC? D-I-S-I? Looks like. Yeah. So, Lizette?
Good evening, Council. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here. My name is Lizette. My daughter attends Al Judy Academy, and I'm here to support Al Judy in the approval of the permit. I would like to share just one memory with you, since we have a lot of people who are going to speak. So one day after I'm picking my daughter from school, this is her first year at Al Judy, she shared with me her class lesson on empathy. And I was very happy to hear how enthusiastic she was on sharing her lesson with me that she learned in a class, because for me, being a successful parent means raising kids who are empathetic, who are respectful, generous, and good citizens. And being a good neighbor is actually a part of our Islamic creed. And so there are rights prescribed to our neighbors. And so we have a duty to be good to our neighbors. So therefore, I have a duty as a parent, as do our other Muslim parents here, to teach our kids how to be good citizens and good neighbors. And so I want to reassure the community that any concerns that our neighbors have, we are going to be here to address it and to work on it and to be good neighbors with you on Walnut Creek. Thank you so much.
Abdul?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Abdul Awadallah. I'm born and raised here in the Bay Area. We have, as a family, plenty of businesses in the Bay Area. In San Francisco, we got pizzerias. In Berkeley, in Hayward. We're very much a part of the Bay Area. And even here in Walnut Creek itself, we have a roofing business, a Better Roofing Company, which we do business on homes right here in Walnut Creek. I want to tell you guys, me and my brothers are residents of Livermore, California. We have to wake up our children very early in the morning before the sun rises. We got 10 of them, and they all get in a van that we have purchased. My father, who is their grandfather, gets everybody into that van very early in the morning every single day and just drives all these screaming children to the school. Now, with all of what he goes through and everything, my father still is happy to do this every single morning, even though he still works in our San Francisco pizzeria. So this is a joy for him, and I think that this is not only a joy for our family,
it's a joy for every single one of these children that are out there coming to school, getting together with people that they know, people that they share values with. It's a really, really a surreal thing that they are going through and enjoying, and we don't want to take that away from them. I think we are really, really conflating two totally separate issues. Parking is an issue. We got to figure that out. It should be a totally separate, with the mosque. What are we going to do here? If cars need to get towed, they should get towed, but don't take these away from these children. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is it Nav?
Yeah. Thank you for having me here. First of all, guys, look at this community. I'm so proud of everyone out here, especially the kids. This is a piece of the puzzle, the melting pot for Walnut Creek. My name is Naveed Desai. I'm a Walnut Creek resident. I go to the mosque, and I'm here speaking in support of of Al Judy Academy. I understand that neighbors have concern about traffic and noise, but guys, it's the Bay Area. Traffic in the Bay Area it's almost like peanut butter and jelly, right? But I do want to see. I do want us to kind of take a look at this in context. Projects like this are extremely common, even in Walnut Creek. Churches, synagogues, cultural centers have all gone through similar processes. And I did hear someone mention next door, and I do want to address that really quick. With care, the words that I read on that post were echoing patterns that we've seen before in like history books. Like if XYZ happens and the property values decline, framing children as a neighborhood burden, or even treating a weekly gathering as inherently disruptive. I mean, I don't like to see these tropes, and I know it's probably unintentional, but we have to be a little bit better than that. And the reality is simple. We have this school that produces daytime activity, and this daytime activity is during the day. It's during normal times. It's during normal hours. We can have that as a normal expectation in the Bay Area. It's, the noise, sure, it can bother us later. The parking issues, sure, it can bother us, but we can work through that. So once again, just here in support of Al Judy Academy, and thank you very much for your time.
Got three more. It's Musa Tariq, Shyam Sriram, and trouble with this one, Qais, I think. Habib? Yeah. Musa?
Yeah. Good evening, commissioners and community members. My name is Musa with CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations, as well as a longtime Contra Costa County resident, and we want to urge you to support the permit for the Al Judy Academy. Al Judy Academy is a small community-based school that has worked in good faith with the city for many months, including on fire safety upgrades, transparency around operations, enrollment, and traffic plans. There has been some misinformation circulating online, including claims that conflate the school with the mosque, but the reality is simple. This is a modest school serving local families. It has a detailed plan for car drop-off and parking management, including an on-site liaison to prevent illegal parking and ensure orderly pickup. Noise and traffic levels stay within normal expectations for a site this busy on a street that already hosts several other congregations as well as other schools. Again, we respectfully ask you to approve the permit and allow Al Judy Academy to continue serving Walnut Creek students. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Shyam?
Good evening. My name is Sham Sriram. I live in Hercules. My stepdaughter Naima attends Al Judy. I also want to mention that I'm a higher ed educator with 23 years of experience teaching political science. I'm here in support of the proposal, and I'll just keep it very brief. I'll just say that nothing is more important than the stability of our schools, not just for our children, but for the city. Many of the complaints are those that have been heard today, are those that we hear nationally and are ongoing in the U.S. in everywhere from Alabama to Texas to other places. Anytime Muslims want the same things as other religious groups, we hear the same arguments about parking or peace of mind or property values, etc. I'd like to mention that, as has already been said, many Muslims already call Walnut Creek home, and the area is seen as a nurturing site of growth. I'm holding up the U.S. Constitution, and I want to just remind people that God is not mentioned once in the U.S. Constitution. And many of us here are American by birth, Muslim by preference, Muslim by the grace of God. What could be more American than wanting a great school, buying a house, paying taxes, and giving back to our community? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Habib?
Took the easy route.
You got to help me with that.
It's Kais.
Kais.
Spelling throws everyone off, no worries. So I'm going to read what my wife prepared, as she's way more articulate than I am. I'm writing this letter as a parent to my 11-year-old daughter who attends El Judy Academy in Walnut Creek. I'm also writing as a 20-year veteran employee of John Muir Hospital in Walnut Creek. I'm someone who deeply values the integrity of the neighborhood and well-being of children. I understand that the council is hearing concerns from nearby residents about increased traffic and noise. These concerns are reasonable, and I appreciate that the city's taking them seriously. At the same time, I hope to offer a broader perspective on the essential role this school plays and why it continues to operate. Its continued operation is in the best interest of the students and families. This school provides a learning environment that is exceptionally difficult to replicate. For many students, including my daughter, it has been a place where they have finally felt understood, supported, and able to reach their potential. Students who may struggle in larger or more rigid systems find individualized attention, emotional safety, and a strong sense of belonging here. From academic progress to social emotional growth, this school has been life-changing for my daughter and many others at the school. Closing it would remove a critical education option for children who thrive only in small supportive settings. She has like 4 more paragraphs. I'm not going to read that just because we don't have that much time, but I do want to thank the opposing families that are here. I understand your concern. Friday prayers, I've been to that mosque on Friday prayers. Unfortunately, it is a disaster, but we can't control everybody. A mosque cannot, they make announcements, they've made multiple announcements, hey, you cannot park in red zones, you cannot block driveways. Unfortunately, you can't control human action. And also,
Thank you.
The school's a good thing, so please support it.
Thank you. Do we have the next 3?
3 more?
Is that it?
3 more? No. No, actually, we're working them down, though.
Okay.
Robin Davis Ramos, Linda Barajas, and Jesse Roth.
Let's come up here, guys.
Robin?
It's the 3 of us, and can you speak for the 2 of us?
Yes.
It's not going to be that much time. Okay.
I just see a bunch of littles and I have young children, so.
Yeah.
So then, what are the 3, since we're getting 1 for 3, what's the next 3?
Which, Jesse? Okay.
So maybe I'll take 4 minutes, because that way I have a little bit of a cushion, since they gave me...
2 minutes, sir.
2 minutes, okay. Already started. Well, my name is Jesse Ramos. I want to say thank you for your time this evening and for reviewing the application. And I want to start off with, I sympathize with the school wanting to start a school, and all I want is harmony. But what happens is this, is that the school and the mosque, even though I separate the school as a separate identity, they share a facility. And when this facility is being used at certain times, at certain months, certain days, et cetera, it becomes overwhelmed. And what the proposal is, and this is what I object to, is that you are taking away 20 parking spaces. The neighborhood is already drastically short on parking spaces. And so the frustration you're hearing about people parking in the red zone, blocking driveways, all that traffic, because they're circling the neighborhood trying to find that rare parking space, is because of the lack of parking spaces. So when I look at the proposal, separate from the school, I see you have a situation that's already bad and you're making it worse. You're making it worse by taking away significant number of available spaces. So also, when I look at the proposal and I'm looking at the school, I want to also make some other notes. The school is trying to get a capacity of 90 students. According to the architectural plan, I think it only has a capacity of 80 some odd people. And if you have 10, 12 teachers, you're looking at a capacity of only 70 plus students. Thank you.
Three more. Heba, or was there one? Heba, Edith, and Sarah, Sarah Weekly. Is this Heba?
Heba. Yeah, that's right. Thanks. Good evening. My name is Heba Al-Masri. My family has been part of Walnut Creek since 1980. In 2019, we left the city we love and moved abroad to a Muslim country because there was limited schools where our children's needs were met. We lived as expats for nearly 6 years. When we heard Al Judi Academy had opened, we moved our family back to Walnut Creek specifically for the school. Our daughter has thrived here. She's made lifelong friends, her grades are soared, and she finally feels fully seen and supported. Al Judi is the reason we are able to come home. We understand neighbors have concerns, and we're committed to working with the mosque and the city for solutions. But for a family like ours, Al Judi is the reason we've come home. Thank you.
Is it
That next speaker, please.
Edith?
Good evening. My name is Edith, a member of the community and also an educator with 10 years experience working in public schools, private schools, and nonprofit organizations. In those years, I have not seen any school that has provided an impressive educational environment the way that Al Judi provides. I made an observation visit earlier this year that coincided when they were in class session and lunchtime. I was very impressed with how the children behaved without being prompted. They all cleaned up after themselves and showed respect to their teachers and peers. I have no doubt in my mind that the teachers work a great amount to create this environment that the students cannot access anywhere else. I would like to say that the community at large is welcoming and aware of the concerns raised by the neighbors. In regard to the concerns in traffic congestion due to the increase in enrollment of the school, I'd like to point out that Buena Vista Elementary has seen an increase in enrollment in the past few years. In the 2022-2023 school year, there were 466 students enrolled, and the following year, 2023-2024 school year, there were 494. Overall, a 28 student increase in 1 year. In that year, what were the concerns raised by the neighbors to the school board about this enrollment increase that didn't relate to student and teacher engagement? Were the same concerns of traffic and parking raised to the city or the school board when this increase occurred? We can't exclude one school and blame them for the increase in traffic in the area. I'd like to highlight again that the plan for Al Judi is to have a slow increase in enrollment, not a sudden increase. In general, Walnut Creek has seen an increase in residents, and I believe it's because the city does a great job in creating a diverse community that provides unique opportunities in the community, such as the great schools we have here. As someone that recently converted to Islam, I'm excited for the possibility to have an Islamic school for my children in the future because I don't have the extensive.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
We have actually four more.
Okay.
Omar Neko?
Oh, Sarah.
Oh, Sarah, I'm
Farzana
sorry.
Wakili. Hi, Commissioner. My name is Sarah Farzana Wakili. I'm a dental hygienist and a resident of Dublin. This is my son's second year at Al Judi, and I cannot express enough the high quality education he's receiving, both academically and learning about the beautiful religion of Islam. I would like to share a few of the core principle and value thought within this school of thought. Al Judi teaches children that Islam emphasizes the well-being and welfare of their neighbors. It encourages Muslims to foster harmonious relationships, build a strong sense of community, and spread peace and goodwill among all. It's important to note that these values extended to everyone, not just Muslim neighbors, but all individuals regardless of their faith or background. I wanted to share these beliefs and values to bring comfort and reassurance to the neighbors surrounding. Al Judy School, we want to know that you are part of us, and we hope you feel comfortable and supported having our school as part of the beautiful city of Walnut Creek. I also wanted to add, because I see a lot of neighbors concerning about the noise. I live in a gated community where majority of my neighbors are Indians, and if you guys know Indians, they have really good celebrations of their weddings, and majority of the time, I'm talking about past 9 o'clock, there's a lot of music. And sometimes it's frustrating, but then we just learn to enjoy it. It's okay, it's not a big deal. So again, I understand that there's concern about the noise, but keep in mind, this is during the day. If I could tolerate it during the night, I'm hoping that you guys can tolerate it a little bit. And hopefully, we might find another location and
Thank you
move
so
eventually.
much.
So this might be just
Thank
temporarily.
you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
We have 4 more speakers. It's Omar Neko, Bisan Abushar, Nisleen Montrevasi, okay, and is it Shamin Johnny? No? Okay. Omar?
Yes, hi, good evening. Good evening, Madam Chairperson, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity, and I would also like to thank the neighbors of Al Judy Academy and the Islamic Center there. I also attend on Fridays. I do go to the Islamic Center on Buena Vista. Traffic is a concern, big concern. Parking is even worse, as you have heard. No one's denying that. I suggest or recommend that the leadership at the mosque and the neighborhood, people of the neighborhood, we come together and come to a reasonable solution with the issues on Fridays for the Friday prayers that time. But I don't think well, everyone say that really does not affect, the school does not affect that. And I don't think that they have to take out those parking spots. I mean, for the ingress and egress of the traffic for Al Judy. They can just operate that with cones during the school days and during the school operation hours. But I don't think that they have to take out the permanently take out all the parking spots. And I really also ask the city to maybe increase enforcement. People who park illegally on Fridays and road zones and all that, those people need to be cited. And those people who block driveways or park in other people's properties, they need to be towed away. And if you got, it's going to happen a few times, and then they'll get the hint. So thank you very much. I do recommend. Would like for you to have the school reopened as soon as possible while we work through these challenges. Thank you very much, and thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
Shamin? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was her.
Hello all, my name is Shamin Ghani and I'm here to advocate for Al Judy School. My husband is an oral and maxillofacial surgeon and I gave up my career as a physician assistant to focus on raising our 4 children. About 4 months ago, I moved from Texas to California because my twins were accepted into Berkeley and Zaytuna College in the Bay Area. My oldest son graduated from Rice University, the #1 school in Texas known as the Harvard of the South. I mention this to emphasize how dedicated I am to my children's education. I chose to live in Walnut Creek because of its welcoming, open-minded community, excellent school, and especially because of Al Judy School's reputation. This school truly meets the needs of children and has highly active parents' involvement. What I find most remarkable is that the faculty really pays close attention to the students. Besides providing excellent academic instruction, the school emphasizes developing children with strong moral and ethical values. The children are very well behaved, exhibiting great mental stability thanks to the consistent presence of parents and the school's leadership and philosophy. When issue arise with student, the school administration and parents work together quickly and closely to resolve them. Overall, I'm fully confident in El Judy School and believe it will be the valuable addition to our community, as we all know that a community's reputation reflects the strength of its school. I am certain El Judy will be among the top school fostering students who excel academically, morally, and ethnically in Walnut Creek. In light of this, I respectfully request that the Planning Committee grant El Judy School the permits necessary to continue its excellent work. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Ms. Lean?
Hi, thank you everybody for being here. I'm here as a Walnut Creek resident and also as a member of the local Muslim community. I just want everybody to take 2 seconds because I don't have that much time to look around. What we have gathered here is really something special. It's not something that you're going to get to find very often. So honestly, thank you. I have 4 kids at home. They're going crazy. I probably need to leave soon. So thank you. But I'm going to address first the concerns as a Walnut Creek resident. I get it. I live on a street with Walnut Acres. Go Jaguars, if there are any Jaguars out there. So I understand. It's really frustrating. We have parking issues. I live next to St. Matthew's. They're a wonderful church. They have a lot of events, so I understand about the noise. I really do, and I completely relate. But I think we have to think as residents about what we want our city to be about. And El Judy just has the potential to be a lot for Walnut Creek and for the local community, Muslim community. Like there's nothing compares to being taught what your own religious and cultural traditions with honor and the respect and the thought that they put into it and the type of citizen that creates. So I think we need to keep that in mind. There are definitely, with anything, with any project, there are going to be cons, but there are so many more pros. And we're all problem solvers in here. I had a trailer parked in front of my street for like 2 weeks during Thanksgiving. I'm going to give them 1 week, and then after that, I called the police, and guess what? It was gone in a week. So let's use our resources, get those cars that need to be towed away, and they're going to learn really quickly. So anyway, thank you so much, and have a good night.
And the last card I had is Bisan Abushara.
Hi, good evening. I used to live on Cleveland in the middle between Pleasant Hill Middle School and Sequoia Elementary and Sequoia Middle School. If you're familiar with that street, it can get really bad because we're in the middle, our street was in the middle of 3 different schools. At the times and my kids went to Sequoia Elementary and Middle. When you guys, if you wake up in the morning, it's traffic, very bad. So it's understandable. I lived there, my kids went to the school, so we had a little bit of grace, understanding that the parents are picking up their kids and dropping them off. It's only like a short time, half an hour, somewhere, maybe 45 minutes. We can survive it. I feel like parking, living around schools is tough for everybody, so it is understandable, but at the same time, it's not that bad. Like, it's not a all-day kind of thing. The other thing, I lived in this community for a while, about 5 years, 6 years, and my kids used to go to the schools, but they got into an age where I really needed them to go to a school that shared their values, and I have 3 little girls, and that wasn't available before El Judy opened. So we actually had to move. We moved to Sacramento, about an hour and a half away from here. We drove with our 4 kids here at this time to support El Judy because our kids still have friends here. We come here a lot. We have a lot of friends because we used to go to the Friday nights at the mosque. And I feel like we can come over, we can solve the parking problem, but not close the school, because this has solved a problem for a lot of the people that live in this community. And I hope that not everybody has to move away in order to find a solution. And in Sacramento, there's a lot of temples that, for Indians, that, they're very, as mentioned before, they're very loud, they're full of people and full of life, and it's not all the time. It's a short period of time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Was that the last speaker?
Yes, that's all the cards I have.
Okay, beautiful. I want I want to thank everyone for speaking, and so I'm going to close the public comment. I'm sorry? Oh, I'm so sorry. You have, thank you. Would you like to come up and say a few words? You have the opportunity. Do not feel pressured.
I'll make it short because I know we're all waiting for this to come to a conclusion. I just want to say the parking reduction that's going from 53 to 33, keep in mind the reason that's happening is for the safety of both the facility there, but for the entire community. It's happening because with this reduction, there will be we will be following the fire codes better, and there will be an easier traffic flow. So even patrons of the mosque or of the school, if there's no parking spots there, they can't park there. And I'm all for people getting towed. I wouldn't want that in my neighborhood either. So that's going to, I think, in my opinion, encourage people to use the shared agreement. It's an 8-minute walk and 0.3 miles from the mosque to the temple. So, I mean, I parked tonight like 3 blocks down to get to here. So it's the Bay Area. It's in our urban area. There's going to be parking issues. But again, I want to extend my full transparency contact information for the school if we were to continue there, that we are open to mitigating everything. We understand, and we are here for you. Thank you.
Before you sit down,
yes,
I have a question for the applicant, but okay, beautiful. Commissioner Clark.
Again, thanks to everybody for their great comments, but my question for you is, obviously this hearing brought out concerns from the neighborhood, and you initially described a process early on where you worked to get to know the neighborhood. Were you aware that these concerns were developing? Did you have a mechanism for learning about the concerns?
So we, in that flyer that we sent out, we went door to door with our students to every neighbor, and I wish I knew about the complaints. I never received letters, emails. Our contact information was there. All we received was a few thank you letters. So again, you know, just like from a professional standpoint, if we get a complaint as a nonprofit, we are here to, you know, meet with you to work it out. I was talking to someone else about something, and they gave me an example about how they had a basketball court at their facility, and they were shooting hoops until 10 p.m., and the neighbor wasn't happy with that because they wanted to enjoy their evenings out in their backyard. So what they did is they went over to them and they said, hey, let's come to an agreement where at this, you know, what works for you? You want us out of here by 9:30 or 9 o'clock? That works fine. So I have confidence in my team and the school and the parents that they will address anything and everything.
Yeah, so it sounds like you hadn't heard until this event.
No, and I wish we did. There's a picture of the rocket that went into the yard. That was a science experiment. Like Ms. Samir said, the kids are, you know, to the STEM level, but we moved that to the park. Yeah. And we apologize for that.
I wonder if you'd be open to thinking about the idea of maybe having one of your leadership team act as a liaison, so that there's
Yes.
a name that
Kind of like an
you know to
HOA.
call,
Yes.
and, you know, that they
Yes.
have a.
And our cell phone number, personal phone number, was given on that flyer, and I would be more than happy to do that again.
Great, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for the applicant? My question is, I remember you mentioning in your presentation that you had spoken to the pastor at the Contra Costa Gospel Church.
Yes.
Could there be any parking arrangement there? Because they're right across the street.
Right. I think for Friday prayer, that might be, you know, something. But for us, and we can, you know, bring up, I can refer to the traffic engineer who worked on the study. We don't, in the event of a spillover, I feel like the area down the street, who I've spoken to them, I've worked with them, is what works for us now. I feel like, Pastor Chang, he's open to us sometimes going over there and playing basketball, but they didn't have a good experience a couple years back, which is something you might have alluded to. And for us, from our traffic study, I mean, we don't have more than, at any point, 12 cars there, because some of the teachers are the parents. Some of the admin, have 3 kids at the school. So I don't foresee, even with growth, I feel like we could still be able to accommodate. And if there was ever a problem, like I said, we're here to mitigate anything, anytime.
The traffic report, so there was a parking study and there's a technical memorandum. There's the TDM plan that came very last minute, but that's not a traffic report. You're just talking about
The parking demand study, sorry.
Okay. Because that did not study level of service or trip counts, correct? You pointed to someone who's your traffic?
Yeah. So we have a presentation for that.
My only question to you is, it wasn't a level of service, you weren't doing traffic counts during peak hours. It was just a parking study, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Question of process. It's my understanding that they're exempt from requiring parking?
Exactly. So they are, because of the law. But when she mentioned traffic report, I was like, oh, maybe I missed it.
Sorry, this whole process is very new to me, so parking study, traffic, sorry, yeah, that's
I can offer a clarification on that. So the AB 2097, it does at the outset prevents the city from requiring parking if the project was a half mile of BART, in our case. The city's code requires the TDM plan or the analysis because there is a finding that the city can make, but it has to be made based on substantial evidence or preponderance of the evidence that there is a negative impact on that. And so, in this instance, I mean, based on what's provided in the staff report, the conclusion is that there is no such findings being made. But the commission does have the ability to, request more studies or more to look further into those issues that are in the municipal code. So I just want to make that clear to you.
Any more questions for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you. I'm going to close the public comment. And so in the same way, I ask that in the same way that we all sat here listening intently, I ask that we be respectful in this room and not interrupt and not stand up, and to allow us to discuss, because we're all good neighbors here. I'd like to bring it back to the commission for just comments, thoughts, discussion.
I guess I'll open. So I did want to say thank you all who are here for coming out to express your perspectives on the Al Judi Academy. It has been very interesting to hear about the school and how it serves not just Walnut Creek, but also families from much farther out, and to hear about the benefits that this school in particular provides to the students, the children that go there. And as someone who moved to Walnut Creek a few years ago, I recall being a new resident of the city. One of the things I like about Walnut Creek is how welcoming the neighbors are, especially since I also live near this area. I'm very familiar with the traffic on Parkside as people go to Buena Vista, and I figured a lot of the traffic that I encountered was because of people going to Buena Vista, parents dropping off their kids at Buena Vista. But I also see a lot of kids on my way to work who are walking to WCI, Walnut Creek Intermediate, or they are walking across Main Street from the apartments on the other side of the BART tracks to Buena Vista. So there is a lot of activity from parents taking their kids to school, parents who are dropping their kids off to school. So I get it, and I figured that out as I lived longer in the neighborhood. And for me, it became a part of my life. So it's something that in some ways it can definitely be a drawback. If I'm trying to get to work or coming home from work, I have to pass by all the cars that are parked by the sides of the streets. But at the same time, it does create the character that I like so much about this neighborhood. And I think it has made my life fulfilling, and it sounds like it's made the lives of a lot of people here in this community fulfilling as well.
Any other, yes.
I guess my one concern is that if you had come to the city at the conception of the school, instead of founding the school and then being shut down and coming to us, it would be an entirely different project, and we would probably have solved these people's issues right there. That's it.
Any other, yes.
I just wanted to also say thank you so much to everyone who came out tonight to share your perspectives. And it's really is a beautiful thing to be able to see the strength of this community, the values of this community, people really coming together and valuing family and valuing education so much. And as I think about this project, and there is some parking being taken away, but it seems like the purpose of that is not so much the expansion of the school, because the school changes just happen within the interior of the building, but it's more for the safety issues of the building overall, as far as I can tell. And if the activity of the children is being moved away from where it was in that photo that got passed around that was right against the fence, instead it will be in between the buildings. It sounds to me like that's an effort to improve on the noise situation as well. So I appreciate the improvements of safety, the improvements of noise, and the efforts to really meet all of the requirements of the city and the city permits to work together to make this all work. So thank you.
And again, I want to thank everybody for their comments and their respect for each other in this process. I do notice there's some blurring of concerns relative to how the mosque operates and how the school operates, and I just want to confirm we're talking about the school today. And so other issues may need to be addressed in other ways, but we're talking about the school today. So thank you all.
I second that. Thanks, everybody, for the school community, neighbors for coming out. It's great to see everyone kind of sit in the same room and work out our issues. I really appreciate and encourage continuing education in Walnut Creek of all stripes. I have concerns that what we're maybe about to do is moving with limited knowledge of what we're about to do. And that is more to the point of the sound issues. What I'm looking at in the reports say that the staff believes that it won't be an issue. The neighbors say otherwise, with 45 students as it is now. I understand that the recess will be in the courtyard and not where it was before. It's my understanding that the buffer, the wall, is not sufficient right now. And I guess where I come down right now is I think if we were to commission a sound study, a traffic study, get it done quickly, have staff expedite with the school to try to understand the basic facts of what we're talking about. Because everybody can say, well, you know, it's not that bad because we're staggering it. And I understand that. And the school has done a lot to later starts. I understand that the school is not the mosque. I understand that the prayer service starts after Friday drop-off. But what I'd like to see is an actual study done on a Friday. And I'd like to see what the noise issues would be with 90 children, I understand that we're ramping up enrollment, but when we get to the point of 90 children at recess for 45 minutes, what does that sound like? And if it sounds higher than what the city says are in the acceptable range, then how can we mitigate that, right? It's not saying that there shouldn't be 90 kids there. It's saying that how loud are they going to be? What is the impact to the neighborhood? And how can we all work together to make sure that everyone's happy? My inclination would be to approve it with the continuance subject to a noise and a traffic study.
We would just continue it to a date certain
Sure, right. But with that in mind.
with, correct.
Could that, I see that as possibly being done in two different ways. So one would be to continue this on to a future meeting pending a noise study. But another way, I'm wondering, curious from staff, if another way to do it would be to include in the resolution itself a condition about meeting the noise ordinance. And so if in the future they violate that, then that would be written into the resolution and they would be violating their conditions.
So that is a way to include that condition. Sometimes the commission might think about the enforceability of such a condition, because sometimes different by project issues may, if you wanted to understand the noise impacts of a project, typically that's done before you approve it, rather than conditioning it to be completed at a later time. If you approve the project and include a condition, then the issue becomes more of enforceability, and to, if the study, whether it's done or not, is it up to the city standards, and is it going to exceed the levels that are in the ordinance? And so those issues, at times before the project, it can be easier to address and understand, as opposed to post-project, because that's another consideration.
I'm just thinking about if we don't have 90 kids yet, how will we study the sound of 90 kids? Are we going to recruit some kids from somewhere else
It
to
would be through
come hang out in the school?
It would be through modeling.
Yeah. There's acoustical consultants that will do that. The traffic consultants will do that. I mean, that's how every environmental analysis is done for a general plan, right? It'll check the full max build out of a city. What I would like to say here, because there's so many parents in this room, I do want to tell you that almost everyone on this side of the room is a parent. So I just want to make sure that that is very understood. And two of us have children at the age of what Al Judy serves. And so I do want to make sure that when you're listening to what we're discussing, we are discussing it with the heart of a parent and we hear you. And being that we are also Walnut Creek residents, I started off by saying that a big part of why we're here is that we want to be good neighbors. So I just want to make sure that we state that as we're discussing things, folks, right? For me personally, I'm very, very well aware of TDM. From just ordinance perspectives and also utilization under CEQA, which we're not talking about CEQA today. I personally need more time to look at it since I know that this was just submitted today. So some of the, if we're keeping with this motion of being a good partner, being a good neighbor, which is something that Al Judy wants to do because they want to blend and mold into the neighborhood, and that all of us here are supportive of education of all kinds because we have the babies. What I personally would like to see commensurate with what Commissioner Moran was saying is it would be good to understand what that looks like for a future build out of 90 students or whatever that is in order to curate the perfect amount of students specific to this 7,000 square foot site. If I'm, oh, pardon me, that's all four buildings. All four buildings are 7,105 square feet. The other item that I would like to understand is also just, because I am not personally a teacher, I don't know how that works. It'd be interesting to also understand operations of how 90 students would flow and grow and build based on what the business plan is of Al Judy, which seems very impressive to me. I think that's kind of where you were going along, but not requesting studies that would be in violation with the Assembly bill, because that's not what we're asking. It's more information about what can be studied to help support the proposed future operations and plan of this school so that it fits in and blends in beautifully with the neighborhood. Am I saying that correctly?
For me, it's sound and traffic. I understand that
Sound and traffic.
parking is exempt, but, with people coming down Buena Vista, how many buildings are going to be built next to BART and they're coming to and fro? Or the people coming to 680? Is the Baptist church going to grow? Buena Vista going to grow? What I would like to see is the hard data from sound and traffic analysis rather than we think or it's predicted.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
So for the sound, I think what you're saying is relevant, the business plan for the school, because it does matter, are all 90 students outside at the same time? Or what's the flow of
Exactly.
that is going to be relevant to noise
Yes,
as well.
exactly. What do the other commissioners' thoughts, comments?
One thought I had was because we received this transportation demand management plan, would it be fine to take maybe, I don't know how much we would get out of reading it, 15 minutes, and then coming back to it?
That's why what I think we're leading towards is a continuance to a date certain. So that way we're providing certainty for a next, Chip is giving me the. Because that kind of provides that, here we go. There's a time. We're all going to come back here together. It hasn't popped out of our minds. It's fresh. What are your thoughts?
I would offer if there is a continuance and the Planning Commission reaches consensus on certain items and one of them or two of them are studies from an SME, it would be difficult to put a date certain in there because we're not sure how long these things are going to take.
Oh, how long the acoustical engineer?
So, I mean, if we picked, say March 12th, we
Can't you write a staff report
that
in
might be
1
tough.
week? Sorry, I just figured parametrics would go ahead and, considering that they did the
The
TDM.
consultants would have to get under contract, do
Agreed,
the work,
agreed.
produce
Okay.
the report, be reviewed.
So then at that point, then maybe it would be as soon as the applicant can complete this, and we can all,
Just, it'd be continued.
to be continued.
I wouldn't mind some language that says the phrase expedited, for what it's worth, whether it be on the staff level or also the school level. I know that you can't set a date because then there's so many things out of our control.
Yeah.
But I'd like to give at least everyone the feeling that we're not kicking the can necessarily down the road. We
Exactly.
just need to know what we're talking about specifically.
Yeah.
Question, I'm assuming the school is not in session active right now. It's closed?
Yes, we are not at the Walnut Creek site, so how would these studies be done?
My next
Yeah.
question, thank you for that. When do you, if our decision is not tonight, when would you hope to start classes again at the site?
After the break,
Basically, first.
in January, the new year, yeah.
If we approve tonight.
If we approve tonight, yes.
Yeah. And the other thing is, because this came as a collaborative effort between families with kids who had, situations and issues that were dire. We have lost a lot. And as a nonprofit, obviously we don't make any profit off of this school. It's difficult to shut down and then come back. So I was telling Pastor Chang that we would probably restart with 15 students again. That's, parents need stability. And as, we need your help. We don't want to close it down, long term. And it's been so good in the short time because parents who are also working as teachers have poured their hearts and soul into this. And to tell these kids here that it's over for good, I just think that's really heartbreaking. And I really, want to, appeal to the neighbors. If you can give us a chance to come back with these changes in the property, I guarantee you there's not going to be any complaints. In the 2 years that we were there, we didn't get any citations from the city. We didn't get any noise complaints coming from the city. We didn't get any letters or emails from the parents, from the neighbors telling us we have a problem. A lot of what's going on is from Friday prayer. In our business plan, like you said, every event from parent-teacher conferences, we're happy to do them on Zoom. We don't congregate, come there in the evenings. We don't want to overuse the space, and we completely understand that as working professionals in the Bay Area. We are not here to overburden anybody. But to say, it's over for these kids, I would be in tears. So I'm asking you guys to reconsider, please.
Yeah, so in terms of a traffic study, I just don't really see the need for that. I don't see a scenario where we would say there's a certain number of cars on Buena Vista Avenue and therefore this school can't open. This is a very small number relative to, like, one of the public comments that was about the public school, Buena Vista Elementary, and how much it increased by is much more than the entire size of this school. So if traffic is increased on that street, it may not even I don't think we can attribute it all to this specific school in the first place. So I actually don't agree with the idea of a traffic study.
I'm sorry, no.
So I appreciate the thoughts of all of my fellow commissioners and the things that we are considering as we look at what to do next. I think myself, as I've been listening to these comments, I've realized I needed to ground myself in what we're being asked to consider today, which is the conditional use permit and the findings that are in it. So the findings that we're being asked to make are that if we take action on this conditional use permit, the use, including any conditions imposed, is consistent with the general plan, any applicable specific plan, and this chapter. The second finding would be that the proposed use, including any conditions imposed, will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare. And the third finding would be any findings required by the land use regulations for the zoning district within which the property subject to the use is located. So as an accountant, I do love numbers. I love making decisions based on numbers, and I definitely can feel uncomfortable when I don't have the hard data to work with. But I'm also cognizant of what the task is at hand. I think that because we are considering a conditional use permit with these three findings, while it is nice to consider gathering more data, I think it is possible to take action on this permit tonight. So I would like to move to approve the conditional use permit, application number Y23-083, for the Al-Judi Academy at 2449 Buena Vista Avenue in Walnut Creek. As amended.
Second.
Roll call. Commissioner Kwok?
Yes.
Commissioner Cound?
Yes.
Commissioner Moran?
No.
Commissioner Strongman?
No.
Commissioner Klopp?
Yes.
Vice Chair Knighting?
This is hard. there wasn't any discussion. I'm sorry. Can we go back to, I like your idea better about having a condition to the approval. So,
And I think we could,
I'm sorry.
Can you restate
can we go
that?
back to discussion?
I don't want to vote on it unless we have some condition in there about some thought process. Because I agree that I want to be able to allow the kids to go to school. As a parent, it's incredibly difficult to not know where your kid is going to end up on January 2nd.
She didn't vote.
So for the motion currently, if you do not want to vote on the motion, you can vote no. And because right now we have 6 votes and it's 2 noes and 3 yeses. So if you do not vote yes, the motion will not pass and we'll go back to discussion. Just because the motion's already been made and seconded and we're voting, and so we should complete this motion. If you do not want to vote yes on the motion, you can vote no.
We made the motion too fast.
Is the,
Thought process.
can I just ask a clarifying question on what's included in our existing resolution? I think to Commissioner Kwok's point, we are stating that this needs to meet all existing ordinances, right? So the noise ordinance is one that is it already covered
Yeah, it would
in
be
this?
on,
So I don't know that we need to add it, is what I'm saying, if it's already covered as a condition. And this is a conditional use permit, so therefore if they no longer meet the condition, then we would come back, right?
There
We
is
would be
no condition
violating.
in there to require a noise study. I mean,
Not the noise study, to meet the noise ordinance for the neighborhood that they're in, which was brought up during one of the presentations earlier
It's anticipated.
in his presentation.
It is included in there?
It is not.
That,
The noise study is not.
Yeah.
but the compliance with the noise ordinance is contemplated.
It's implied.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Thank you.
it's not a specific, there's no condition that says you must comply with noise ordinance, but the ordinance applies regardless because it is law.
So it's not called out, but it's
Right.
implied.
So it's inferred.
It's law, so it'll apply and they have to
Okay.
comply with it.
Okay. So if I vote no, it's a no, and if I vote, right, because
If, what I heard her say is if you vote no, it's equal. So we go back to square one, right?
Correct. It would be a,
But as
Be a
long,
tie, so
so
it
as
doesn't-
long as you have an ordinance that is incorporated essentially by reference, because they have to oblige by it, right? So how do you enforce that?
It's difficult. It becomes a code enforcement, and there's also the noise levels that, the noise data that you saw, the rules came from the general plan. It's policy, it's not code. We do have a code, a noise ordinance that's for construction, that type of thing. But that's the intent anyway, or live music, that kind of thing.
Got it. Okay, so because it's 8:48 and there's small children in here, the way I see it is that I don't anticipate there being an issue because you have now mentioned that you're a good neighbor. I think that's a fair statement. So, yes.
Days.
Before we take a quick break, As provided in Part 4 of Article 5 of the Walnut Creek zoning ordinance, any interested party may appeal the decision to the Planning Commission within 10 calendar days after the mailing of the decision by filing a written appeal and the applicable appeal fees with the city clerk's office. Continue. And now, Secretary, we would like to take a quick break.
5 minutes?
Yes, thank you.
You ready?
Thank you, everyone. We're going to start resuming the meeting. Did we start? The applicant ran to the restroom, but so. And now they're locked out. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Does staff have a presentation?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Gerardo Victoria, Assistant Planner with the Community Development Department. The project before you today is the Song Bed and Breakfast Inn Conditional Use Permit Y25066, located at 1002 Hacienda Drive. Before I get started, as well as my coworkers, I do have some housekeeping items as well that have been outlined in yellow in the updated draft resolution, and I also have a slide later on in the presentation to go over some other housekeeping items. So some site context here. The property is located at 1002 Hacienda Drive off of Homestead Avenue. That's also surrounded by other residential uses. It is a 1,500 square foot single-family residence. The general plan designation is single-family medium, and the zoning is a residential 10. A bed and breakfast use is permitted with approval of a conditional use permit. This item was brought before staff when neighbors contacted code enforcement regarding an Airbnb operating without a permit. So code enforcement in August of 2025 opened a code case, notified the applicant notified staff approximately 30 days later to file for the conditional use permit. The business plan as outlined in your agenda packet, the check-in times are 3 p.m. The checkout times are 11 a.m. It's a 3-bed, 2.5 bath with a full kitchen, single-family home. One booking is allowed at a time, which means if one individual books one of the rooms, the other 2 rooms cannot be booked. Minimum 2-night stay, maximum 7 days. Excuse me, my mouth is getting dry. Check in with a custom code. The custom code expires at the end of your stay. Breakfast foods are provided. Pets are allowed. Quiet hours are from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. There is a noise monitor that will be installed inside the residence. No special events are allowed on the property. The facility is entirely enclosed and soundproofed and air conditioned. There is one security camera that's been installed on the exterior of the home by the garage, and if guests do not abide by these specific rules, guests will be evicted immediately. So as you can see here, this is the site plan and the floor plan. So this is Hacienda right here. And this is a driveway that leads up to the single-family residence. The applicant is providing 5 parking stalls for the bed and breakfast inn. Only 3 stalls are required. As you can see here on the floor plan, it leads stairs up into the front door. It's located here, which is located right here. You see this elevation drawing. And as you walk into the living area. The full kitchen is located here with the 3 bedrooms to the west. And this is when you drive up into the driveway, this is what you see, the garage right here, and then the living space up here. So these are the standard conditional use permit findings for this project as outlined in the draft resolution. There are additional bed and breakfast permit findings that need to be made. So the facility needs to be located within 500 feet of an arterial or collector street. This project does meet that standard. There shall be no more than 5 guest rooms. The applicant is providing 3. The maximum length of stay for any guest shall be no more than 1 week. The maximum stay for this bed and breakfast is 7 days. The only meal shall be provided as breakfast. Other meals may be served at special events. Once again, no special events are allowed at this bed and breakfast foods are provided. Signage shall only identify rather than advertise. No signage is proposed as part of this project. No bed and breakfast inn shall be located on a lot closer than 500 feet from any other lot containing a bed and breakfast inn. The closest bed and breakfast inn to this potential bed and breakfast inn is located 2,000 feet south on Oak Knoll Loop. So they're meeting that standard. On-site required parking that is not located within the garage or on the paved driveway. The applicant is providing 5 stalls where 3 are required. There's no exterior changes proposed for this project. The Planning Commission may allow special events at this facility. Again, no special events are allowed, and finding J is not applicable to this project. So staff anticipates using the existing facilities CEQA recommendation, section 15301, that allows for the operation, repair, and maintenance permitting of existing structures, and that the current primary residence will operate as a bed and breakfast rental. So these are the additional corrections to the existing draft resolution, which on page 2, the CEQA finding the deletion of the last sentence mentioning the ADU. There is not an ADU on this property, so I apologize for leaving that in. The project is a primary residence. It's the existing single-family home that I went over on the site plan. Page 6, condition 7, delete condition 7 as it is not applicable. So staff recommends to move to adopt a CEQA determination and approve the conditional use permit based on the findings outlined in the draft resolution to allow a short-term rental at 1002 Hacienda Drive. I'm available for questions. The applicant and the homeowner, Jennifer Song, is also available and here, and she has a presentation for you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff?
Earlier tonight in the first hearing, we created 74 units to satisfy our RENA requirement for the city. We now seem to be taking 1 unit down. Do we need to go add another house or condo somewhere else to maintain our housing stock? Because the state is really coming down on us for not complying with the RENA numbers.
The house is still a single-family residence. It has a conditional use permit that they can use it as a bed and breakfast, but it remains a single-family residence.
So that does count for a RENA, so we're not losing housing stock?
Correct, and it's a drop in the bucket.
Okay. One more question, is the Oak Knoll property have a CPU, CUP, excuse me?
Yes, they do. So there's only 3 approved conditional use permits for bed and breakfast inns in Walnut Creek. I reached out to the police department, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I reached out to the police department and I spoke to Lieutenant Drew Olson, who advised at those 3 bed and breakfast inns, there has never been a call for service.
Just to follow up on that, for those 3, does the owner reside at the property?
Yes. They are hosted, yes.
Okay.
Thank you. So just so I'm sure I'm clear, there's 3 CUPs in all of Walnut Creek for a bed and breakfast designation, but as we understand, a bed and breakfast designation is really like an Airbnb. It's a short-term rental, right? It just has
Correct.
different nomenclature. That seems really low.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I think that's another conversation, but I was quite shocked and just wanted to clarify that. Okay.
Just so I can follow up on
Yeah.
that, we do get applications for bed and breakfast, that's what the zoning ordinance says, but we call them short-term rentals, we call them Airbnbs, they're the same thing. We do get these applications, but a lot of them can't meet the finding of being within 500 feet of a collector or arterial street. That is a finding that must be made. And they are within 500 feet of a collector street, which is Walnut Avenue or Boulevard. Boulevard, yeah, thank you.
But our ordinance does not say that it has to be hosted
No,
in the
it does
definition, because traditionally, like the original, I think, definition of bed and breakfast, you know, when I knew from way back when, was like the host lived there, right?
Correct.
So
It does not
that's
say
what I
that.
tend to think of when I think of bed and breakfast versus Airbnb, short-term rental. those are, in my mind, those are different things, but, okay.
I will note, and the applicant will get into this too, she lives 15 minutes away. She will be available 24/7 for any issues, concerns for the bed and breakfast inn.
Any more questions?
Within the city right now, are there any penalties for operating a short-term rental Airbnb without a permit?
So right now, we use one of our consultants, HDL, to try to get these permitted, try to get them under control. We know they're out there. We don't have the staffing to go out to every single one. That's why we've hired a consultant to help us with that. Code enforcement, when they first go out, whether it's making contact for an unpermitted Airbnb or a red tag for a building permit, they don't like to cite right away. They like to give an applicant enough time to come in to file for permits. And that's we're being consistent with this one as well.
Okay. And so then, in the situation where the owner has already been noticed for these infractions and been told to cease, and they continue, are there then penalties at that point?
There could be, yes. For this instance, the applicant was notified in August, and she filed for her permit application in September.
And when was the last time someone stayed there?
When the applicant filed, there has been no stays, and she can follow up with that also.
Okay.
That doesn't mean there hasn't been visitors. There's, you know, the applicant is also having work done in the rear of the property that doesn't need permits. She's replacing a patio.
Oh.
That's at grade. It doesn't trigger a permit.
So the visitors are the workers?
When I went out to the site twice, and the second time that I went out there, there was a truck leaving full of workers, so yes.
Do you know if the applicant has told you that they've taken the listing down from Airbnb since the violation or the citation?
She can answer that when she comes.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you. The project, oh, I need glasses. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, Commissioners. Thank you for your time. Thank you for taking my case today. Thank you, Gerardo, for preparing that presentation earlier. Thank you, neighbors, for staying so long and hearing me out. I think what we don't see is two things that I'm up here to speak about is why we're doing a short-term rental and how we plan to alleviate a lot of your concerns today. And so I'd like to just kick it off since it's already a little late. If you could go to the next slide. Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to begin with why we purchased this home. I currently live in Oakland. I have a toddler at home. If I may share a quick story, we're driving home from Costco. I decided to park in front of my home, leave the car on, and just finish Wheels on the Bus, singing along. And then I hear some person had a tool in their hand and pushed the passenger window. Looked inside the car for a purse, a backpack, didn't find anything. I see him step back and look at the back passenger window where my daughter was sitting. And that's when I just immediately turned the car to drive and drove away. Sorry, pregnancy hormones, I think. So that was my turning point of, I think we need to find a new neighborhood to live in because as a parent, safety is my biggest concern. I want to keep my child and now children safe. And we're still in Oakland. We're still in that same house. My husband couldn't be here today because he's traveling, but you know I'm checking at night that my door is locked and that we're safe. So when we did our home search, we landed on this beautiful neighborhood in Walnut Creek. It checked off all the boxes. It's highly rated school districts. We're only 1.6 miles away from the elementary school. We love that it's walkable to downtown as well as a walking trail in our backyard. So you get the suburbia feel, but also the closeness to a coffee shop and restaurants that we can walk to and don't have to fully rely on our car. And the kind of nice thing about this house was that it was a little bit older, in a condition where we can plan out how we wanted the house to look, and we can personalize the floor plan. So we did a gut remodel to the house. So what did we do to improve the house? Gerardo mentioned it a little bit before, but the house was sloping. So when you walked in, it was not straight. You would walk sideways. We put in a lot of money into the foundation work. We turned a 1-bedroom, 1.5 bath into a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath for a growing family. We replaced the knob and tube wiring, which is a fire hazard. We took out the old plumbing. We're landscaped the front yard, and then we're also doing the backyard right now, as was mentioned. So what we're trying to do is just really make it into our home and into a place that we can live in. But life happens. We wanted to move in. And unfortunately, my father-in-law's dementia worsened. So they moved here. They did the reverse commute from Texas all the way to California. They lived in a small, tiny little town into Oakland. So it's a little bit of a shock, but both of their children live here, and their only granddaughter lives here too. So as they're aging, we felt that it was necessary for them to come out here. And the additional plus was we found a rental for them 1 block away from where we live in Oakland. So it is just providing us like the multi-generational support that we have, and they find a lot of joy in having their granddaughter visit them throughout the week. And if I may share just like another story about why I think a neighborhood and a community is so important, is that he takes our dog, a 100-pound fluffy white Great Pyrenees, on a walk. And for whatever reason that day, maybe she led him down an unfamiliar street or whatnot, and she saw a bird and barked and pulled on the leash, and it pulled him down. And he fell on the street, broke his nose, had stitches all around his eye, and a neighbor called the ambulance to pick him up to take him to the nearest hospital. And then that neighbor took our dog back to our place so that the dog could be taken care of while he went into the hospital. And we were close enough by that we could visit him and spend the hours needed to make sure that he was okay. So that's just like a long story short of, we would have moved yesterday if we could. And yes, we could leave him in Oakland and we could be in Walnut Creek, but then we'll just have to go back and forth in between. And we just felt like the proximity of being walking distance is just slightly different than being driving distance away. And so that's, I know, maybe not, I'm not trying to be here as like a business person to tell you that I'm gonna invest all this money into this property and try to get a return. What we're really trying to do is, in the meantime, until we're ready to move in, figure out a middle ground. And the reason why we decided to do a short-term rental versus a long-term rental is mainly because we can actually screen a lot of the guests that come through. They're only here for a short amount of time. I'm there weekly, if not more, making sure the place is clean, making sure it's upkept. We found a plumbing issue. We always find issues. It's just the home ownership kind of thing. And it's also like if we did a long-term tenant, when we're ready to move in, we would have to evict them and probably pay thousands of dollars just to kick them out. And so it's just, I'm hoping that this is a short-term alleviation until we can solve the problem of long-term care, figuring out what the government insurance policies are, what facilities are close by, determining what their waiting list is, and then come together. And so I think something is like a reality is we are not making money on this property as an investment. This is, if I was buying this as an investment property, this would not be a very good investment because we are losing money every month. But it is something where we're okay paying the 2 mortgages and paying that upkeep because we want to live here for the benefits that I mentioned earlier, and y'all live in Walnut Creek and represent Walnut Creek, so you already know. But I just feel like giving us a little bit of breathing space in order for us to move in when we can is what, at the end of the day, I'm asking for. And I know I stumbled across all the permit things, I didn't realize that a bed and breakfast was considered an Airbnb because my eyes weren't. Now I'm providing bed and breakfast to check off the box. I'm providing some cereal, but that is either bed and breakfast or hotel, and I didn't feel like STR felt in that category, so that was my mistake. I now know better, and when I applied, I also applied the wrong time, so it also took a little bit longer. But we did take it off when we got the cease and desist. I got the business permit, which was pretty immediate, actually, and thought that I could continue with the business permit. And I put the permit number on the listing to show that it was a legitimate listing that I knew of. And then when I found out that I also needed this, the CUP in addition, then I took it off. It's not online right now. And so that's why we also decided to take the opportunity to do the backyard while we didn't have guests there. But there has, I want to just correct Geraldo's statement, there were guests in between the time of when we got the notice to when we took it offline. So I do want to be transparent and forthfront about that. But there are, I know, a lot of neighbors here with concerns, and so there are just some areas that I thought I would put out there to hopefully ease some of that. Noise, I know, is a really big thing with short-term rentals. We, as Geraldo mentioned, have really strict policies. We let our guests know they have to agree to them, and they can be up to eviction if they, don't follow our rules. And then we also have a noise monitor inside the property so that we can monitor that accordingly. As I mentioned, we built this home for us. This is also our home, so we don't want it to get damaged. We want them to be good guests. So we screen the people who are applying to stay there. They have to have a good rating, or they tell us why they're visiting for us to accept it. It's not automatically accepted like some other Airbnbs are. And so we also have security cameras and smart locks to ensure the safety of who is coming in and out of our property and in the neighborhood. And then in case of emergencies, the guests have our number so they can contact us immediately. Some of our neighbors also have our number so that in case there is anything, we can address that. And we do live 15 minutes away. So there's been times where a guest needed a pack and play, and I drove over and provided them that, or they couldn't get themselves in, so gave them an extra set of keys. So we are close by and can provide that support as needed. And I just wanted to remind folks, we're in Walnut Creek, and the people who come to Walnut Creek typically aren't partying. I think they'll probably go to San Francisco instead of Walnut Creek, so I wanted to just show some use cases of actually people who've stayed with us. Is a lot of the times, family is out of state, and now their parents or their grandparents or family are in Walnut Creek, Lafayette, Orinda, Danville, and they're presenting. Oh, and then just other guests. And
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
Hi, thank you so much for the presentation. It was very informative, and I enjoyed listening to the why we're doing this. I wanted to get a sense of the time frame. When did this listing first go up, or when did you start opening the house to guests?
yeah, our construction took a little bit longer than expected, so it took a year and a half. And then we put it up in the summer, probably around July-ish. Yeah, maybe late July, summertime.
So July 2025?
Yes, of this
Okay,
year.
okay, all right, thank you.
I never have been able to get into Oakland within 15 minutes, so I have a problem with your statement that you could get here in 15 minutes.
Without traffic, you could at night.
Not if you're doing 65 only, minimum. So that's my,
I live close to 580, and so it's just hopping on 580 on the 24 across
Okay.
the tunnel.
okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's times when it's 4 p.m., 6 p.m. on a weekday. It will take me a long time. It'll take me an hour. I've been late to an inspection because of traffic and an accident. So yes, it can take a little bit of time.
Thank you.
Commissioner Moran, I think.
Yeah, thank you very much. Have you ever considered long-term rental?
We did. It's the fact where I'm just afraid I can't ask them to leave when I'm ready to move in. That's why I didn't have a long-term rental. And typically in California, because it is tenant-friendly, I do have to do cash for keys. So then I would also have to pay them $20,000 or something to like exit my property so that I can then move in.
No,
That's
I'm sorry.
In
Nope.
examples where that wasn't the case, even when the family moves in, that you still had to pay.
Do you have other properties on Airbnb?
My property in Oakland right now has a unit.
Any more questions? Have you ever received any complaints?
Not directly.
Directly?
I only found out through the attachments from the case.
In Oakland, did you have to get a CUP?
No.
Just a business license?
Mm-hmm.
Any more questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you. You can sit down. I'm sure you're tired. Any public comment? Please, your cards. Just one? Oh. Oh my God. Should we call it out by 3?
Oh.
How many are there?
We got 8. We'll have Monica, Kimberly, and Robert. I see Monica Daigle-Kleiseth, Robert Anderson, and Kimberly Johnson.
Can we just start with Monica? I know. You're going to do great. You're going to kick us off. You're going to kick us off.
Hi, Commissioners. Thank you for being here. I'm Monica Daigle-Kleiseth. I'm a resident on Homestead 1021. I've lived here for about 47 years. I represent the neighborhood on a lot of, I'm a next-door lead. I do all kinds of stuff behind the scenes. But I think that because we don't have a ruling on bed and breakfast, which is actually Airbnbs, how this was proposed to all of us, I almost feel like this was a bait and switch fast one. And I do think, I understand that this will be the precedent for the rest of the city because there isn't any grave ordinances like what we're proposing here. I feel like this was slid in very quickly under the, we just weren't warned, and the timing of this meeting, I would have had 80 more people, residents that would showed up, but most of them are out of town. I've spoken with probably 45 people on the phone today. We feel very strongly about this. We've already been through this once with another residence within the neighborhood where we had wedding venues, and I know that it says we're not going to do anything extra or wedding receptions, etc. I just think this needs a whole lot more study. I know it's supposed to be simple, but we're diving into this. There's been multiple incidents that the residents didn't know to get a police report about, and I'm sure she doesn't know about that either. I didn't know anything about it until I got called by lots of people and to mitigate what's going on, and it's really fast, and I wish that we would make a whole lot more considerations, because many rules have been broken already without knowledge or consideration. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Anderson?
Hello, I'm Robert Anderson. I live sort of kitty corner to the subject property, and I've had a lot of issues with the short-term rentals because the people that are coming into the neighborhood are strangers and they're not committed to the neighborhood at all. We have a lot of people that know each other in the neighborhood. We have lots of babies in strollers, lots of dog walking, and so we get to know a lot of the neighbors. And it's just really changes the entire feeling of safety of being in your own neighborhood. So we have people that do long-term rentals that are 31 days or greater, and we have no problem with those because the owners live there. The owners are immediately available. They don't have the 15 minutes to Oakland idea, because I've never been able to do that either. But there have been a lot of, shall we say, poorly described situations that are not accurate, like the driving to Oakland. If you have a on-site bed and breakfast person, it eliminates a whole lot of issues. And I don't know if you can, you don't really have a problem getting the people to move out if you're moving in as a family, apparently. So that's and one of the issues that's not true. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Kimberly Johnson?
Hello. So I just want to start by saying I feel for the homeowner. I can feel how emotional she is, and I hope her family gets to move to our neighborhood. We will welcome you. It's a wonderful place to live. I have lived in Walnut Creek for 23 years. I've raised 3 kids here. I have a junior. I cannot wait to be an empty nester. And I just want to talk about we've heard about a lot of theoretical things that might happen, but we've been living for 6 months with this short-term rental. I know that the property owner says that she ceased operations. I have sent links to the city that were active in November. It was still active on Monday of this week. I could have rented her place for next week. So some of the things that are being said are just not being said in good faith. For sure, the rentals have continued. There have been, let's just go ahead and list. I can look at my thing here. We've had trespassing. Neighbors cut through other people's backyards to go to the open space. Our renters trespass through other people's backyards to go to the open space. We've had noise. We've had so many events and parties. They've rented to groups of workers with commercial heavy equipment and vehicles who stay multiple nights and do like regional jobs. One of them damaged our tree. Another one of their tenants damaged our mailbox trying to angle in. We've had damaged property. We've had people approach us in our driveway. Someone approached my teen in our driveway when they were alone to ask them questions about the neighborhood or something. We've had an uptick in crime already. We had a car stolen 2 doors down from the Airbnb last week, first time. So, it's nothing against these neighbors. I welcome them to come live in our neighborhood. It is super. I have 2 neighbors' house keys. 2 different neighbors have my house keys. That's the kind of place it is. But we have already had 6 months of issues. And talk is one thing, actions are another.
Thank you.
Wendy Reeves?
Hi, everyone. I just want to say thank you for what you do. I'm very impressed by how closely you listen to everybody and how much you study before they present to you. I'm really taken by that. I have a unique perspective in that I grew up at 1025 Hacienda Drive and had, as you can already tell, an incredible childhood. It was incredibly idyllic. Everybody knows everybody. I think they've painted a really good picture of what this neighborhood is like. I went to college, got married, and we decided we wanted to raise kids, so we moved from, ironically, Oakland to Walnut Creek, and we got to enjoy the incredible schools here. And we've lived in a fine place, mile away from where I live now. Well, I am actually moving home to the mothership. I am buying the home on 1025 Hacienda Drive again. That is how great this neighborhood is. And we want to go back to the safety, the dog walking, the kid walking, and all of that stuff that you hear. I have to say, one of my observations today, when I hear the kind of lingo that's going on about an Airbnb versus a bed and breakfast. I teach speech and debate at Las Lomas High School. I'm a teacher there and have been for 25 years. And if my speech and debate kids were here right now, they would say, I smell a rat. That sounds super shady. I think they're using a loophole. and something is wrong here. When they would debate each other, they would listen very carefully to what their peers are saying and say, that's not accurate. So something here just smells really, really off. I also just want to say, at Las Lomas, I am on the very much older side of things, and a lot of my colleagues have to live in cities farther away from Walnut Creek because they can't find a place. There are renters out there. My colleagues, my young colleagues, would love to rent a house for a 1-year lease, a 2-year lease, and then after that 1-year lease is up, they could sign a 6-year lease, and they would work it out. If they had to finish it at just a six months, they would work it out and go find some place to rent. My husband and I rented around the Bay Area for a very long time, and when the lease was up, the lease was up.
Thank you.
Thank you for what you do.
Michael?
Thank you. I'm Michael Robertson. I live at 1031 West Holly, which is about 100 yards west of the house that we're talking about. I've lived there for 17 years. My wife's been there for 30. I had this fully prepared speech, even timed it out to give to you tonight, but I'm not going to use it because I was impressed for 2 hours listening to the Islam community talk about how they are part of this community, how they live here, they work here, they grew up here, they moved here to be part of this community, and they wanted to work things out with the neighbors of Buena Vista. None of that is true about Ms. Song. She doesn't live here, she doesn't work here. This is a business acquisition for her. I looked onto LinkedIn and pulled what I believe to be her account because the name matches exactly the person who lives in Oakland. She went to San Jose State Business Administration Accounting. She's a certified public accountant. More importantly, since 2018, she's been a real estate investor. She has short-term and long-term single-family home investments in California, Indiana, and Texas. She's also a limited partnership in a 150-unit building and a 182-unit multifamily home. Basically, anything she says about being confused, about permits, about posting, about doing things the right way, it's not accurate. It's not accurate. So we certainly will not accept an unhosted building home in our area. We don't know who's coming in. She said herself it takes longer than 15 minutes. So if somebody's throwing a party on a Friday night, she's not reachable. It won't happen. So please turn down this permit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carissa Adamson?
Good evening. Thank you so much for your time. I know it's getting late, and I will try not to repeat anything that my friends and neighbors have said because they've said it very well. My name is Carissa Harris Adamson. I live at 1100 Homestead Avenue. I walk my dogs by the 1002 Hacienda twice a day. For the last 6 months, I've seen a variety of people in the driveways enjoying parties sometimes, the big construction trucks. I've asked multiple times if they are the owner because I was just confused as to who lived there. And it wasn't until more recently that I realized what was going on, that this was actually an Airbnb. We are a really close-knit community, as you've heard. The idea of having neighbors' keys, our kids having multiple houses that they could go to if anything happened. We all know each other. We all really like each other. We have block parties in the summertime every Wednesday. There's, a get-together. It's not in the spirit of our neighborhood to have an Airbnb. We do have long-term rentals in the neighborhood. There's even one-bedroom long-term rentals that she could move her parents into. There are other solutions that would not have a negative impact on so many people in the neighborhood. I do not know what their general intention was, but I finally did meet her husband this past week when I was walking my dog, and I again said, "Hey, do you live here? Do you own this place?" And he said, "No, we don't live here, but I am the owner." And he told me that the numbers just didn't work out because I said, "Why don't you just do a long-term rental? There are other long-term rentals here." And he said, it just doesn't pencil out. This is what we need to do. We've had these, personal situation that is keeping them in Oakland, and the numbers didn't work out to do a long-term rental. And I just don't think that is a reasonable response to inconvenience the rest of the neighborhood and really change the culture of our neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Deborah?
Hi, my name is Deborah Burston. I live at 1012 Hacienda Drive, and I used to come to this chamber as a reporter for the Contra Costa Times, and also representing Walnut Creek on the County Library Commission. But here I'm today as a longtime resident, and I want to ask you guys, do you not remember what happened in Orinda with the Airbnb? Okay, hello, you know, parties, absentee owner, out of control, shootings, deaths from a party. We don't need that on our street. We're already having transgressions, robberies, things we never had before since this came on. And I don't know if you all are well-versed in tenant law, but I have a tenant, a lawyer in the family who also owns properties in San Francisco. And the tenant law states that if it's to move in a family member, or you and your family, you are indeed allowed to move out a tenant without penalty, okay? It's in that. And my thing. So anyway, so these owners apparently have knowingly operated illegally, no host on site, already started operating Airbnb, which is not a bed and breakfast where the cheerful lady in the apron is serving you muffins and coffee in the morning. This is a very different animal, and you should not confuse the two, please. But they've had no permits, no transient occupancy tax, so I feel like granting them a permit would reward that noncompliance, okay? And that's not a precedent we should be setting, and also not taking a house out of the need for housing. They could have someone on a month-to-month lease. Why not? You know, that would solve their problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Last one.
Sorry, Jane West.
Good evening. My name is Jane West. I live at 1078 West Holly Drive. I've lived there since 1984, and it's great. It's just great. Thanks for being here this late. I know what it's like working late. I was an RN for 40 years, so I remember those late shifts. It's rough. It's hard. I echo many of the sentiments that my neighbors have stated, particularly Kimberly and Monica, you know, and Deborah, about the issues with parties. When someone has a party and it's out of control, we all have busy lives, because this has happened to me. You know, and so the party's out of control, and you're always hoping, oh, in about 30 minutes, you know, it'll be quieter, but that doesn't happen. So it goes on, and then an hour passes, and finally you think, oh, I need to do something. But by that time, you lost an hour of, you know, your life, and you're irritated, and who do you call? You must have to call the police or something, and then they have to call this lady, and then it goes on, and your whole evening. I've had 4th of July's events ruined because of parties that get out of control. And then she indicates she screens the guest. Get real. I mean, screening, what kind of screening can you do if someone wants to rent for 7 days? And I echo also about the bed and breakfast. I think that's a misnomer. I personally experienced this. My husband and I had a wonderful cabin up in Groveland in a gated community called Pine Mountain Lake. And people would call it heaven on earth. It was wonderful. But then about 2014, Airbnb came in. And suddenly you would walk around and it changed completely, and we sold the cabin.
Thank
after
you so much.
17 years.
Thank you. I'm going to close public comment, but I appreciate everyone who spoke. So now I'm going to bring it back to the commission for any comments, questions, thoughts. Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting to do that today. Sorry, guys, it's late. Would you like to speak again?
If you want to reopen public comment.
Sorry, I'm going to reopen public comment. Would you like to speak again? You have 5 minutes?
I appreciate everybody's comments, and I am open to a 30-day stay if that's what it means. And I'm also open to a sunset clause too. So I think we're just trying to make something work in the meantime. I respect whatever decision you all make, and we will take the appropriate next steps to make sure that that happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to close public comment. And now I'm going to turn back to you. Any thoughts, comments, discussion points? Commissioner Moran.
I just have a quick question of, I guess, order of procedure. Can we make a conditional use permit with conditions? Does that make sense? Right, like, granted, but there's some extra, rules around.
Are you asking if the planning commission can
Correct.
create new conditions of rule?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. That's all for now.
All right, I have a couple of thoughts on this conditional use permit. So yeah, I do after reading the staff report and the resolution and the additional materials, do share the sentiment that this permit can be seen as rewarding the applicant. And so that's one perspective to look at it, and it does make me pause. If it makes sense to say like, oh, after 6 months of operating the Airbnb, would this be seen as a reward? And so the other thought I had to that was, well, is it more important to bring someone into compliance with the applicable laws and regulations that govern what they're doing? And so I'm in my mind weighing the benefits and the downsides of saying, should we approve this permit and risk seeing it as a reward, or is it better to put the framework in place so that we can have something to point to in the future that if there continue to be violations of the permit, then we can say, look, we approved or we took action on a conditional use permit with these conditions. The applicant has decided to continue not to abide by those conditions, and we do have the ability to revoke or modify that conditional use permit. So I think the benefit of establishing the legal framework or the legal regulatory environment for the applicant would allow us to do a lot more to manage the environment and to address the neighbors' concerns.
Can I ask a question of staff in response to that? If we were to deny the permit, then I'm just trying to picture what that would mean. Would it mean that then this property could not be listed on Airbnb at all? It could not be a short-term rental, but it could still be, as was mentioned, a longer-term rental lease, like a regular month-to-month or year-long lease?
Correct. It could be a long-term rental. It would, in theory, she could continue to be on Airbnb illegally. We don't have a whole lot of code enforcement ability to track them. There's more than one in town. And we don't have the ability to track all these down and, bring them here. I got to say that once she was contacted, she was very quick in bringing it into compliance, which is not typical.
Is that true, though, if it was still listed in the beginning of November, that it was in compliance?
If let's just say that if every day that that property was rented or used as a short-term rental or a bed and breakfast, as our code calls it, That's our codes issue.
Right.
That's because it's behind the times. Would be an illegal activity, locally illegal activity.
So you just said, and I want to clarify that I understood it, that we don't have an Airbnb set of rules and an Airbnb, no, yeah, an Airbnb and a bed and breakfast set of rules. They are one
Correct.
set of rules.
If you want to do a short-term rental if we rewrote our code to be
Yeah.
up to date, it would be a short-term rental, not a bed and breakfast.
Right.
That was a sign of the times.
Okay.
The CUPs that we do have in place for a bed and breakfast all operate as a VRBO or an Airbnb or an unhosted property.
And I do just want to say that I tend to be a person who believes the best of people, so I'm making some assumptions that our petitioner may have worked in different cities, environments, et cetera, so I'm not ascribing negative motivation to her, but I do think there's a lot of misperceptions and a lot of miscommunication, clearly, that's happened between the parties. So I appreciate everybody speaking up about that. Thank you.
And just if I can just offer a thought on that comment, the commission, the project before you is a land use project. And so what you want to consider are the findings that are in the resolution and whether the land use issues of the project, you're able to make those findings or not. And I think that's what I would offer to the commission about what you should consider.
I want to go back to, did anyone have any discussion about the stay, the duration? And the only reason why I brought that up is because that was something that the applicant had mentioned. And I'm trying to, in one of the findings, if I'm not mistaken, says 7.
I believe it's our ordinance that says if you're operating as this bed and breakfast inn, you have a maximum of 7 days. So she would not, if she wants to operate, if we approve a conditional use permit to operate as a bed and breakfast, then no one can stay longer than 7 days, is my understanding.
I believe the code is 31 days.
Can I just clarify something real quick? So according to our code, short-term rentals are classified as anything under 31 days. Under the bed and breakfast, what Chip correctly identified, it's out of date. A bed and breakfast cannot exceed 7 days.
I'm sorry, I stand corrected. Okay.
So
And the
all bed
request
and
here
breakfast.
tonight
oh,
is, the request here tonight is for the bed and breakfast, or?
7 days, that's the max. That's she's asking for, that's it.
Because it's
So
the
would
bed
she
and,
need a
requires-
permit for a 30-day or 31-day, whatever? What was that category called?
A short-term rental is 31 days or less.
And
So
would she
all-
need a different kind of permit for that? Or she can just do that?
No, she can't just
That's
do
a
that,
land
yeah.
use classification, or a definition,
Okay.
but the requirement is 7 days for this.
Got it.
okay, sorry. So the land use classification that is proposed before us today is bed and breakfast, not short-term rental.
We don't have a, short-term rental is more of a definition. The land use classification is bed and breakfast, and we've processed all bed and breakfast as short-term rentals with a period of up to 31 days.
And our-
If they wanted.
And our city has only 3, and they're all hosted.
Correct. They're not hosted.
Oh, my understanding was they were all hosted.
Oh, they are?
Oakno Loop, Camino Verde is the other one, and Shuey Avenue. One of them is hosted by a retired police.
Okay, that's right, Captain. Yep, okay, yep.
So my concern here is that if we
Estrado.
approve this, it is a new, it's new for the city, that it would be our first unhosted
If the comparison is to what's been approved, yes. But under the bed and breakfast in findings, that is not a finding. You don't have to host or unhost it. It's not listed as. Correct.
It's not listed as a finding that's required.
Under the bed and breakfast findings, it's not a finding that you have to host or
It can be either hosted or unhosted.
correct.
It's not a requirement that they have somebody living there.
Question is, in spite of tonight, when will the city kind of coordinate these rules and regulations and land use problems and update, get us back into the 21st century, please?
The time has caught up with our zoning code, and there's several sections, portions of the code that are, that need to be addressed, and that's one of them. To answer the question, we will, with the general plan update process, which is underway, we will do a complete overhaul of the code as well.
I had a question about I. So it says, if the planning commission determines that the proposed bed and breakfast is an appropriate location for special events to occur, additional conditions related to hours of operation, number of guests, additional parking. So it says that the host intends to not allow special events. Does that have to be a finding that's included, that no special, does that have to be an additional condition that no special events are allowed?
I'll go to Gerardo, my batting average isn't very good.
So you're asking if the planning commission may allow special events, correct?
No, it's, what I'm trying to figure out is, do we have to determine whether special events are allowed as part of this?
You may allow special events, so that's a determination you can make, but for this one in particular, she is not having any special events, therefore you don't have to consider it.
Okay.
Condition
Or
number.
do we need to make a condition that she has no special?
Right.
It is
can
in
also
the, it
do-
is in the conditions, it says no special events are permitted on site under number 6.
Number 6.
Of the planning conditions.
I see
Page
number
6.
number 3 and then number 6. So number 3 specifies hours.
Yeah, there it is, okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So I see special events as capitalized, and I am assuming there's a specific set of occurrences that would constitute special events. So for example, in the applicant's presentation, there was the mention of wedding couples or their guests that would stay at that rental. And I thought, oh, maybe that's one of the reasons why there's parties being thrown after the wedding. Maybe it's a reception going on. And so are special events things like that, where is it quantified by number of people on the property at any time? Is it noise? Or if we say no special events, what does that look like?
In other words, how is that enforced? How would a neighbor say, aha,
Right.
this is a special event, I should call someone?
So, I guess based on there is a special event permit set of regulations, and so what I'm told is that it's based on the occupancy of the place, and so in this case, it would be, exceeding the occupants of the house. So if there's a large group of crowds, it's, they're beyond the occupancy of the home, then that would constitute as an occurrence.
Or a party.
All right, thank you.
A party. I have a question. I heard there was discussion about commercial fleet type vehicles being parked, and there was some sort of occurrence about damage to a tree or a mailbox. Did that get reported to the, because you had mentioned nothing was ever reported to the police.
So when I spoke to Lieutenant Olson, I asked him specifically about the 3 other short-term rentals that have been approved, no calls for service, and he had no issues or no comments for this address as well. Okay.
Are there any other, I had a thought. Does the city of Walnut Creek have, it's interesting because when I see commercial fleet type vehicles, it usually has a certain type of parking permit because they're larger vehicles. That was just a thought I had, but a bit of conjecture because I wasn't there. Any other comments, thoughts, motions?
So I think we need to kind of back up and realize what we're being asked to do here, and that is to see whether it complies with the municipal code, right? Staff believes that it does. And I'll get to it in a second, but there's a larger issue at stake. We're not here to litigate that, what the code says and what it shouldn't, and that's unfortunate. I asked my original question if there was a way to condition the conditional use permit, because it might be worth thinking in terms of, because it meets all of the criteria for the code, and we are not lawyers and we're not sitting here writing the code again, we should approve it with certain conditions that we might feel are appropriate based on the specific circumstances. And I don't have those exactly right, and maybe we can discuss that, but maybe there's like a 2 strikes rule and it comes back for review. Maybe there's a cap on the number of stays per month, something like that. Where I come down, though, is that the facts are the facts, and what the applicant has and what the staff says is that it meets all the criteria, and we can't really argue that. It's 500 feet and all that other stuff. And my sympathies are with the neighbors, because I understand. But our jobs right here are to make a decision based on what's in front of us, not what we believe is right. Nope, sorry. There's a larger question here, right? And that is, when the general plan gets redone, how do we view short-term rentals in Walnut Creek with a low housing supply? Is it better served for investors rather than owner occupants? What does it do to the character of the neighborhood? And I get all that. What I'm trying to say, though, is that we here today probably aren't willing to go against what the code says, because it is what it is, and our jobs are not to just rewrite the rules because we see fit. That said, we can put parameters around what I think we might want to do in terms of issuing a permit, and I'm open to discussion about that.
So I will, so right now what I'm looking at to help us with this discussion is that there's essentially 11 conditions that we're looking at, because then 12, 13, 14, and it's supposed to say 15, it says 11, is really more about indemnification, city fees, abide by Contra Costa County Fire Protection District. So is it, to your point about the timing, so if I'm not mistaken, the CUP is only 1 year? Did I read that correct? Condition number 10? So it's just a 1-year permit?
No, that is, they have to, establish the use.
Oh, okay. So as of right now, there is no timeline for the CUP. It's just,
Yeah, I believe.
is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. But they'd also, so it's interesting, but it does say if a guest creates a nuisance or does not abide by the rules outlined in the business plan, and the business plan did talk about no parties, no unregistered guests or visitors, no smoking anywhere, quiet time, parking provided, no eating and drinking allowed in bedrooms. If those rules are not abided by, then at that point, condition number 4 comes into play. The guest shall be evicted immediately, and then number 9, but it's interesting, so that just talks about eviction, and then condition number 9 says it will comply. So are there any ramifications of not abiding by the business plan? There isn't, right, beyond just eviction?
So so if you read condition number 4 under condition 10, or I shouldn't say that, but the city does have, I think that's referring to a different thing, but the city has in the municipal code the process for modifying and revoking CUPs, and that is when, the city on its own volition can call up a CUP that, where the applicant is not complying with the conditions. And you've seen this in bars, for example. That's what, it's an AUP, but it's the same idea that the city can do that. And so that's the, ramification for not complying with the condition. And then the number 4, specifically calls out the obligations of the applicant to not have the guests behave that way.
Can I just back up for a second here first, though? Because I feel like this is written for the bed and breakfast category of maximum stay of 7 days, which is what the applicant applied for. But what I heard in the conversation here between the applicant and the neighbors was that she is okay with something that was a minimum of 30 days. So it sounds to me like there's more discussion to be had here between the neighbors about what exactly the right land use is, and that it might not be this.
So just to clarify, the use is bed and breakfast. So if you're a short-term rental and that you're not, it's not a long-term, it's not being resided in by someone, you come in, you want to do a short-term rental, you are a bed and breakfast. You have to comply with the rules of bed and breakfast. So there's not a separate short-term rental use where you could go beyond 7 days, for example, but 7 days is the requirement. So if you want to come in and operate legally, that's the limitation.
So the only way to do a short-term rental in the city of Walnut Creek currently is to do a maximum of 7 days. You couldn't do like a 30-day
That's right.
short-term rental, because that doesn't exist.
Correct.
Okay. So the other options would be something that's not a short-term rental, like if someone just has a month-to-month lease, what is that? Is that allowed in the city of Walnut Creek?
Well, that's a residential purpose, right? That's somebody living there, so if it's a residential use, basically, single family.
Okay.
residential.
So if the applicant chose to do that, they would not need this.
No.
And they would not need a different type of permit to do that. That's already something that they would be allowed to do.
That's like you're renting your house out to someone, but your lease is by month to month.
Right. So if what actually works here for the applicant is a regular month-to-month rental lease, then we would not actually need to approve anything tonight. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Question on procedure. At some point, we have to say yes or no to this thing. Is that correct tonight? Or to this?
The decision is, yes, is
We have to
before
make a
you.
decision.
You can't, you do
Or we
have
could
the option
continue
to
it like the
continue
other.
Or continue it
If you want
to-
more
or it's
information,
unknown.
that's,
Okay.
commission can do that.
All right.
Were you going to do a motion?
Oh, I'm sorry, are you going to do a motion?
Do you want a question, or I can
I
open
do
the
want to do
motion?
a question.
Okay.
You talked about sunset. The suggestion was a sunset. I mean, that is a condition we could add on this, that it's only for a year or 2 years or something like that.
It could
right?
be it could be a limited amount of time. You could have something like, you want to come back after 2 years for a review, or sometimes we do this for commercial CUPs, so that could be an option.
That's what I thought number 10 was originally saying. Like, it was for a year, and then I got confused. Super quick, condition number 7 says the property shall remain the primary residence for the host for as long as the bed and breakfast remains operational. But she's not,
That's being deleted
Oh.
per the slide.
that's right. Any other comments? Okay, motion it.
All right, I'm going to open the motion. So I move that that we approve the conditional use permit application number Y25-066, Sung Bed and Breakfast Inn Airbnb at 1002 Hacienda Drive.
And that's as modified by.
As modified, yes, that's correct.
Should we take it back for a little bit more discussion?
No. There's no second. Dies.
Okay.
Is there more discussion?
I moved to continue this to a future.
So hold on, there's a motion and a second.
No, there's no second.
There was no second.
But
So the motion,
but I know the rules now. You can have discussion before the second motion, but nobody
well,
wants to.
there's no second on the
There's no
first
second.
motion, so that motion dies.
Okay.
Is there a second motion that is being?
I don't have a second motion, but I have something to say, but I'll stop.
Okay, if there's no second motion, the commission can continue to deliberate.
I would like to maybe discuss some parameters that we can put in for the conditional use permit. I suggest a two strikes rule, that once there are two violations of the permit as written, then it comes back for review by this body. And I'd also like to make it sunset after a year, and we can review how things are going after that. And those are my two thoughts.
Question on that. The strikes, who determines the strike and where do they report them to?
Well, I believe if a complaint gets made to the municipal code enforcement or police department, there has to be something in writing and there has to be some sort of investigation, I would imagine. I don't know exactly how it works in practice, but I think there's probably an easy way to do that, where if a complaint gets made, someone sees, did it incur, did it not incur, and it goes from there.
So what happens if there's no strikes and then the year is up? Do they have to come back to this body, or does it become ministerial with staff?
My thought would be that it would just be ministerial and it would just renew.
So how would this help if the situation has changed over the course of this meeting to where if the applicant actually wants to do a month-to-month lease, why would we even move forward with this?
Well, you'd have to ask her. I mean, I think she'd have to stand up and revoke it like right now in chambers in order for for your idea to go through. Am I wrong?
So that's why my idea was a continuance to let this move on to a future meeting to give time for these discussions to take place.
So to clarify, the CUP doesn't prevent them from doing that. They can seize the use. You have a CUP for alcohol, you don't have to serve it, or an AUP. So it doesn't prevent them from moving in and not operating it as an Airbnb ever. And so they could rent that to someone, rent a room. That doesn't prevent that use from going on.
So she could still
It doesn't
do the
change
30-day.
the residential use. It doesn't take that away.
So I guess I'm just wondering if there's a particular rush on this rather than continuing it to a future meeting.
I'd like to add, I think that our condition of approval 11, which says if any of the conditions of the conditional use permit are not complied with, the Planning Commission, after written notice to the applicant and a notice public hearing, may, in addition to revoking the permit, amend, alter, delete, or add conditions to this permit at a subsequent public hearing notice for such action, I think gives us the tools that we need to revisit the permit if it turns out that whatever action we take tonight doesn't work. So one of my concerns with doing a two strikes proposal is that it boxes us in a bit, where the condition of approval 11 gives us more flexibility, where if we say, okay, after one instance of noncompliance, we want to notice the hearing to revisit it and notify the applicant. That gives us more flexibility than saying, okay, after 2 strikes, then we're going to consider. So I think that the resolution as written is good. It covers all the bases. And it also gives us the opportunity to revisit this permit if we need to.
All CUPs have that language, if I'm not mistaken. So
That's correct.
that goes without saying. What I personally would like to avoid is there's an incredible amount of, I mean, we're free, but there's an incredible amount of money, taxpayer money spent for everyone to be here, and it's 10:15, so I want to avoid coming back here. So I like that's what I'm trying to figure out. I like the idea of, fine, if today is the night of everyone needs to be a good neighbor. Today is the good neighbor night, right? So if we do impose this 2 strikes, you know, which I truly hope that doesn't happen, we all do, then would folks be in favor of revoking, and then they would have to come back here if they want to reapply? Because we've had that before where people, what's with the face?
No, I'm not sure. Just trying to follow you.
Oh, okay. What, so I'm just talking this out. If there's 2 complaints filed of bad behavior that doesn't comply with what's written here, and it's pretty simple, no parties, no unregistered, no smoking, quiet time, park in your designated parking areas, then if that doesn't happen and there's something filed, then at that point, are you saying it's immediately revoked? And then, or if nothing happens,
So
and
the city has to give them an opportunity to respond because you're granting the permit to them. So that's why that condition says with notice and public hearing.
so then it can't be just automatically revoked. We have to come back here after the 2?
Right, if the city is revoking the permit or altering the provisions of the permit.
That's why I'm hesitant to give the permit, because I feel like it's actually harder to enforce once you've given them permission. I don't think it's actually easier to enforce once we've given the conditional use permit.
Because it requires people writing it in, right?
And then to get back on our schedule takes a while as well, right?
I know, that's why. Sorry, Commissioner Moran, did you? I don't have my glasses
The reason
on.
I say the 2 strikes is because that's a number, right? This is vague. And like item 11 says, you know, if there's problems, then we have the right to do whatever we want to do, right? And I understand it's 10:15. We, as a body, shouldn't probably be issuing CUPs at all to short-term rentals. It should just be like, do the parameters fit? Yes, great, here's your permit. I think that's going to be something that we'll have to deal with down the road. But until then, we have to kind of play in the sandbox that we made. And to that end, I take Commissioner Kwok's point that it's already built in the language. What I'm trying to do is give a little piece to the neighbors that says she's got 2 chances. And if there's 2 parties, then we're going to come back here and we're going to look at it again. And it might be a very quick meeting.
Yeah.
You know, it's that there's no one good way to do this.
I think to your point, a lot of the CUP violations that we've seen, it was after months of constant, it wasn't a set 2, right? It had been violation, call, report. So to your point, it is vague the way it's written, where it's who makes, right? It's a bit discretionary about when the meeting is called. So now that being said, what do folks think?
I think I'm going to support Commissioner Moran's suggestions for conditions, the 2 strikes and 1 year.
So what does that look like then? Where would we put that in, and how would this work?
Yeah, we would add that. So I just wanted to be clear, so there's 2 complaints, written complaints or complaints
Filed, yeah.
filed with the code enforcement or the police department. within 1 year from the issuance of the permit, then the hearing is triggered, or is it one year regardless? Is the 2 complaints that trigger it? Is that the intent?
2 complaints and 1 year are 2 separate things. So the 2 complaints will trigger a review by the Planning Commission. And I think it would maybe behoove everybody to come back here a year later and let's see how is this working? And the reason why that might be beneficial is because we're going to have to rewrite the rule book on how short-term rentals get done in the city. And this is unfortunately a really good litmus test for that. So I think that the 2 strikes, if you will, which have to be legitimate, I would add, and then the year from now, year duration, we revisit it. How are things going? Are we going to renew the CUP?
So even if everything goes well, this would expire in 1 year unless we renew it.
So, a couple questions, clarifying questions of staff. Are these verified complaints or violations?
So that's the point I want to make. I think there needs to be some sort of process from the city that says, we've received a complaint, now we need to investigate. I know, I can see the sigh, Chip.
It's just very difficult to do. Code enforcement goes home at 5 o'clock.
Sure.
So it's just very difficult to do. So a lot of times it becomes hearsay. So
Right. Oh, that's what I
we
want
need to be prepared for that.
Right. That's what I'm trying to guard against. Right.
You could consider calls for service with PD or verified violations of the CUP, which is actually is already somewhat covered under Condition 11.
So if we were to, the language said 2 verified violations of the CUP, would that make more, does that make sense?
Or consider modifying Condition 11?
Yeah, we would add to that and say, so at first level, we would have a condition that says, within 1 year from issuance, the commission it shall be brought back to the commission for review. And then the second one, we can modify Condition 11 to say that if there are 2 occasions of the conditions not being complied with, but that actually, now that I'm looking at it, actually narrows it a bit because now, 11, it's even if one time they're not complying with the condition, then you can bring it back.
I understand that, but I think there's a difference between reality and what's on the paper, right? How many times do people have to complain before, to your point, Commissioner, that people get complaints and complaints and complaints and nothing gets done? If we say 2, and I understand, Assistant City Attorney, what you're saying is that it does narrow it, but the reality of it is that they can complain all day long, and there's code enforcement is very strapped for time, and nothing will probably get done, and these neighbors are going to be more upset, and everyone's going to be, it's not going to get any better.
We could, so if I could just finish my thought, if we could add into this condition that including 2 substantiated complaints to the code enforcement or police department, so that would be a trigger that you can identify in the condition, in addition to what's broadly stated.
What about within number 11? I think maybe where the leeway is that it currently says if any of the conditions are not complied with, the Planning Commission may do those things, may take action. But if we change the word may to will, then, or shall, then it's a little bit stronger, and it would only be 1, there wouldn't be a number of 2.
The other comment I have about that is if we talk about 2 complaints, is that 2 complaints that occur on the same, like if we're having a party and we're violating 2 conditions at the same time, does that count as 2 separate complaints in one instance, or?
That's an excellent point, and I appreciate Commissioner Cowan's turn of phrase. That sits better, the shall rather than may, right?
So on that question, we can revise it to say something like, shall have the authority to revoke it, because you do have to give a public hearing, so you can't say you shall revoke it or alter it. But if it's changed to say that they shall have the authority to do that, then that, brings it before the commission. And if Commissioner Kwok, you wanted to clarify, we can add some qualifiers to what a substantially complains on 2 occasions, on 2 different dates, or if it's just 2 substantially complaints, it doesn't matter when it happens. If there's 50 violations, then, 2 gets them over the threshold.
Okay, so it sounds like it's up to our discretion if it comes before us to review, if we consider it 2, or how we interpret that. Okay.
Yeah, it does
Right.
give you that discretion.
I think we were saying we don't need the number 2 in there.
Correct.
If we're using the shall
The
language.
Okay, that's clear for us.
Not to throw a wrench in this, but can we throw in some language that says, do complaints committed by guests? What happens if there's a time frame when it's not being rented out? Code enforcement gets complaints about weeds, but that's against the property owner. What if the property owner chooses to spend a weekend at that location and the property owner decides to throw a party? That's fine because it's the property owner. So that's what I mean. So committed by guests, I think, that would be my suggestion.
So that's where, again, the number 2 is hard to quantify, but under number 11, if it just says, if any of the conditions of the conditional use permit are not complied with, and we change the word may to shall, that we will have a hearing. It will come back to us. So then it's just about this use permit, so we wouldn't need to define whether it was guests or,
Correct, at that time, it would be a single-family residence.
exactly.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, so the 2 conditions, we will,
So we don't need the number 2, because that's.
right, we don't need
what's
number 2. We
confusing.
will add a condition, I believe 16, to reflect that the planning commission will hold a review hearing within 1 year from issuance. And we would modify condition 11 to change the phrase may in addition to say shall have the authority to revoke the permit, amend, alter, delete. And then as written. Does that reflect what you're looking for?
It does to me, yeah. That satisfies my conditional.
Okay, if that does, I just like to ask the applicant to come up here if you agree with the conditions, and if you can say that on the record.
Yes, I agree to the changes that are being made to the conditional use permit that's being discussed currently.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to make a motion.
Sure.
That we approve the, sorry, I don't have it in front of me. We approve the conditional use permit application to allow the establishment of bed and breakfast inn at 1002 Hacienda Drive, subject to the following conditions as amended in the language that we've changed in item 11, and also adding item 16 having to do with the year sunset.
Yes, as read into the record.
Right.
Just now.
Second.
Commissioner Moran,
Yes.
Commissioner Kwok.
Yes.
Commissioner Cound,
Yes.
Commissioner Klopp,
Yes.
Vice Chair Knighting.
Yes.
Motion carries. No, Commissioner Strongman, sorry.
No.
No. Okay.
That happen?
Motion carries.
Do you have the language again?
Okay. Oy.
What I would like to say is it's provided in Part 4 of Article 5 of Walnut Creek zoning ordinance, any interested party may appeal a decision of the Planning Commission within 10 calendar days after the mailing of the decision by filing a written appeal and the applicable appeal fees with the city clerk's office. Thank you. Okay, I lost the agenda. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Now,
We're still having a meeting.
commission considerations.
I have a staff report.
Oh.
I have a couple staff reports.
Yes, okay.
This is the last meeting of 2025. Thank you, commissioners, for the year. The next scheduled meeting is January 8th, 2026, and that meeting has been canceled. So the next time we will be together is on the January 22nd, and we have a few items on that agenda. Also, parking passes. I have the 2026 parking passes here, and I'll pass those out as soon as we adjourn. The condition is you return the old ones next time. That is all.
Okay, perfect. Well, I think with that, we adjourn. Thank you so much.